You gotta tell me when, because I need to fuck you in there again.
Well, you just fucking said it, so.
Yes! I win.
Got it.
Alright, I'm watching it. Anyways, once again, we're gonna read Welcome to Legends of Lorr, the new generation. I'm gonna watch my fucking OBS while I read this. When last we met, the group was returning to Sancti on Dragonback, joined by their previous acquaintance, Reshram and Ravnus, his dragon, before getting their dragons assessed by Sabin, the dragon priestess, who then leaves the new budding friendship to talk amongst each other. Eventually, heading to the mess hall, the chain further inspects each other's prowess, while their dragons either rested or ate their share from the meat pile. Afterwards, they were introduced to their rooms, but after some time to rest and reacquaint themselves, do we once again begin. And everybody's off doing their own thing. Cyrus and Zenith are in the mess hall eating. Tassara's asleep. I don't remember what Salem and Sunder are doing.
Specifically after the roleplay Salem and Tess had, in which, because I mean, most of you guys skimmed it, in which Salem and Tess finally made a breakthrough on their relationship where it's not just one-sided pining all the time. They've basically come to, like, she's finally basically gotten it through to say, like, hey, you know, I know that I flirt with you all the time, but I'm, like, legitimately interested in you, and, like, I want us to be an actual legitimate thing. Can you, like, finally acknowledge that for once? Even though I've had to pump, like, 2 bottles of Evermead in you know, to get this out of you.
Evermead?
Hey, she brought it from home, you know? Her mom's got that good shit. So, that's basically where it's at. And so Tess is sloshed and has essentially just fucking stripped and has said, fuck it, I'm not going back to my room. 1, can't really walk there. 2, Drowsa snores like fucking crazy and I don't want to hear it right now. And has essentially just crashed in Tess's bed. And so, not Tess's bed, Salem's bed. So now Salem's doing, how she's fucking standing, I don't know. But
Liberal abuse of lesser restoration.
So Salem's off doing whatever she wants to say. If she wants to elaborate on what happened between the both of them.
I guess I could say what happened in the Cyrus Zenith.
Yeah, you should.
Roleplay.
Because I mean, yeah, we read it in the roleplay, but like you should say it for, you know, you can elaborate for.
Well, as they were enjoying the room that they were given by the priestess, Cyrus decided to propose the idea to Zenith about giving Reshram and Ravnus a chance, basically to admit that they were quick to judge on the pair, and that they would give them a chance but proceed with caution. To which Zenith, or Cyrus, asked if she was hungry, and Zenith basically made him starve through the bond. And so now they are in the mess hall trying to eat something before going to sleep. And that's what happened.
It's your turn. I'm pointing at you. You go.
Oh, Salem basically went to... Salem is technically available for a short while if anyone wants to have the, like, perfect timing when Salem leaves her room and rolls some dice before choosing a room, someone else's room to, like, barge into.
I'm not sure Merriman would go out of the room with what I have in mind today. Anyway.
Yeah. So then Salem just... yeah.
Also, in the RP, Cyrus found out that his door isn't the only is used by multiple Ankari. So that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thought we were special. Our own special rooms. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, the doorways are used by multiple people. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Portal device. But Salem basically just kind of goes up and invades Sunder's privacy at that point, and has a heart-to-heart with the machine man that she
Machine
doesn't
Man?
know is a machine yet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
He ain't
don't
a
know what you're
machine.
talking about. He ain't a machine.
And if
Yeah.
that-
She tried really hard to figure out who he was underneath so that she could racially profile him, got frustrated, and passed out.
There
Passed
is.
out on like the stairs.
I do
The
not
mean
know if
hitter
you
all
want
in
to
one.
see what's in it. And then Thunder was just like, I thought people liked comfier surfaces to sleep in. And then he proceeded to sit there all night.
Aw, that's sweet of you, though. That's sweet of Sunday. Be like, I
Thunder
don't know
and
what to do
Coraline.
with this person.
human interaction?
Like, they're supposed to leave my room, and now they've kind of just. I hope they're not dead.
So he
Salem
just.
sleeps like a corpse. Like, you
Yeah.
can't really tell if Salem's alive when she's asleep.
I mean,
So-
same with Tess, and Tess likes to sleep in. That's
Mm.
she doesn't like to wake up at all.
So yeah, Sunder, after Salem went up and fell asleep on Sunder's couch, essentially, he just sort of sat where Salem almost fell asleep, and then just sit there all night, kind of on watch, until he shut down, fell asleep, and Coralite came over to him.
Windows shutdown
Rebooted.
theme.
Do 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 do. And then he's just there all night. He's just watching.
Rushroom,
Thank you. Thanks for watching over my wife. I appreciate it.
did you do anything?
Oh my god, he's fucking dead.
He's dead.
You muted, Simic?
Oh, he died.
Nope, I was
Dead.
muted.
Oh,
I am dum dum.
damn,
Classic.
almost.
Listen, people come in and talk to me, and I press the button and tell them I'm busy, and then I forget to press the button again, and it happens. No, I have nothing.
Okay. Then that leads us back to Merman.
Right. Okay. So Merman had an RP where he prayed to his god and introduced the god to his dragon, and vice versa. If you're interested, you can read it. But after that, he goes to explore outside the cave that is his room to see what the surrounding area looks like. He sees an ocean out there. He's not really sure what's going on with these rooms because the priestess would not tell him. So he's gonna go figure it out for himself. So he goes to explore with Azuma. Yeah.
So you leave your
Merman,
cave.
the merman.
Yes.
Okay.
They swim out through the mouth of the cave, and try and see like what the surrounding area is. Like, are the trees the same as Sancti Urbosi, or is this somewhere completely different? Like, is there a video game invisible wall that stops him from going out?
No.
It's the GTA shark. If you go far enough away, you just get eaten by a
The
shark
shark
and
comes and
respawn.
mauls me.
No, he is allowed to leave his cave, actually. He finds that there is nothing restraining him from doing so. And as he does, he will come out to see a beautiful, clear blue coral reef with flourishing with fish and sea life. The trees do look different. They do not seem like... It doesn't feel like you're in Vismera anymore.
Oh.
You can't
Okay.
quite pinpoint where you are. The waters feel warmer, but you're not... You have no idea.
Okay. Well, he would definitely the sun's low, but it's not like night yet. Not that particularly matters, but fish tend to be more out during the day, I think.
Hunters are actually shark hour is evening hour, so this would probably be best for Azuma.
Okay. Yeah, so they would definitely go out and try and for some fish. I know that as the Akron get older, they have trouble actually hunting the eel that they like, so Merman will focus on actually trying to catch some eel for Azuma.
Okay.
While they're out there. And just another general question while he's out there looking at the area, like, does it look like there's settlements or anything anywhere?
No, it looks desolate.
Looks like a desert. Yeah.
It looks like you're on, it almost seems like you're on an island that isn't even attached to Alvarez.
Yeah, like a little atoll somewhere out in the middle of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
You're the last man left on the planet now.
Welcome to Waterworld. You're on top of Everest now.
Very peaceful. I think he will. Yeah, he'll do that and just pretty much hang out with Azuma. And maybe make a fire on the beach to cook up some eel and other fish and things like that. And that'll be his evening. So unless someone knocks on his door to get a hold of him or anything, that's what he's going to be doing.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Okay. D20.
I would also like to ask, what is Merman's passive insight?
Passive insight?
Yeah.
17.
Okay. That's fair.
Currently, it
That's
will
fine.
improve. When it
While you do not find any eel this time of the day, you do manage to catch quite a few big grouper-looking fish that Azuma seems to really have a fun time going after, as they're large enough for him to brutalize.
Cool.
Grouper are fucking huge. They're kind of scary.
Yeah, they'll fight for your fish.
Oh yeah,
What do
absolutely.
do you have a picture of them? Okay.
Yeah.
They're like the size of a person.
Here, let me go get a Goliath grouper.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I just want to
Yeah.
see. I don't know a lot of fish.
Let me see if I can get one.
They are the elephants of the sea.
That's more like the mola fish.
Mm.
Damn.
I found a pretty good one. If you want me to send,
Yeah, go for it.
do you want me to just put it in world concepts? It's common.
Just commons, yeah. Or character art, it doesn't matter.
Man,
You know
I
what?
need to start getting better at drawing
I'll put it
humans
here.
because
Oh yeah, voice text works too.
I've fallen so much in love with Taze and I's D&D characters. It's like I want to draw them so bad. Bad at drawing people.
Draw it badly, and then you can draw it goodly.
Oh.
Big fish.
So yes, they look like that in voice text channel.
Oh.
Sorry, that's a
Yeah.
good place to
Oh
post
my
things
God.
that aren't. Yeah, they're huge. And I'd say you
Okay.
caught at least 3 of them.
Okay.
Because they're not
Nice.
shy fish.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zuma can eat most of that, and yeah, Merman will cut off a few steaks of those for himself.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Cool. But yeah, like I said, that's how he spends his evening, just bonding with Zuma by hunting and learning about the area surrounding his home.
Okay. I would say you guys actually managed to swim quite a distance around what seems to be a very large, desolate island.
All right.
And to your memory, you would know that Lorr is filled with thousands of islands throughout the sea. You could be on any one of them.
Right.
So, with that, I imagine you go back to your room.
Yeah, I mean, as the sun gets real low, yeah, they'll head back.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, we'll just...
I don't know what kind of sleeping habits Akron have? Do they enjoy sleeping just in dry on the cave, or do they float in water?
They would actually prefer to sleep in the water, slightly submerged.
Imagine like a seal,
Yeah.
where they like are able to hold their breath for such long periods of time. They kind of just wedge themselves in between a rock and sleep.
They prefer this, however, it is not needed. So while he has the ability to, he will be sleeping in the water. And yes, he will be floating around with the currents.
Yeah, I think there's like a nice sort of like shallow landing lower down where the water just kind of maybe it pulls up and it's easy for him to nest in like a little divot of salt water.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. If that is everybody, then I would say
That is an interesting point. Can you go through all the dragon's sleeping habits?
Okay, so while
Interested.
you know of an Akron sleeping habit, for most dragons, they really prefer heat. So if they can breathe fire, they'll likely create a pile of hot stones underneath them, especially the soul dragons who need light a majority of the time.
What about the counterpart I got?
Pure fucking darkness.
I
And as for Draza, he sleeps like his mommy, a fucking ragdolled corpse.
beautiful.
Nice.
I would say that Ravnus sleeps in a way that makes her look like she's a stalactite. Or is it
Oh, that's
stalagmite?
cool.
I don't remember which one it is. Either way, she looks
Might
like a
round
rock
comes
From
up
the ceiling or
ground.
from the ground?
from the ground. I can't remember which one's which.
Stalagmite.
That's my
Stalagmite? Okay.
Yeah,
Fucking
you can
nerd.
remember it by might being mountain, M for M, and
I
tip
always-
being tip.
I
Nerd.
got you.
I always remember it as stalactite holds tight to the ceiling,
one.
stalagmite goes up with all of its might.
Oh my god.
God,
You really only need to
massive
remember the
nerd.
holds
God
tight one,
damn.
and that's you can go from there.
I
M for
appreciate
mountain.
the sediment. Anyways.
Oh, that's a class level joke right there. Calm yourself.
I love it.
That's some cheesy shit.
Anyway,
And
she
you were getting on me for my joke.
Shut up, don't call me out. So yes, she's wrapped her wings around her and she has her head tucked between them. She can blend pretty well in the darkness.
You're just gonna trip over her in the middle
Oh,
of the night.
that
and you
was
have to
a
get up
gem
and
of a
Shut up.
joke.
The feathered dragons will often become, I mean, if you've ever seen a broody chicken,
Mm-hmm.
they fluff themselves out. Any kind of borb will flex their feathers, and when they are wanting to be warmed up, they will be nothing but a ball of fluff.
Nice. Sunder at his feet just has a big ball of feathers.
It's adorable. The little black and red feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, you've already explained how Drowsy sleeps, like a loud-ass bitch.
Snores, fucking head slightly flopped off the edge of a cliff, splayed out, legs kicking in the air.
Beautiful.
And again, with that, you can all take a long rest if you've all gone to sleep.
Honk shoe.
You can honk your shoes somewhere else.
When morning comes, there's nothing there to wake you. You either wake up and get to the mess hall before everybody else does,
Or you're dead.
or you take your time. Because honestly, several of you don't actually have to go to the mess hall to do anything to eat. You can just simply
Sunder
go
doesn't
out.
even... I was
Sun-
just gonna say, Sunder technically is just like, he sees everything while he sleeps, so he probably wakes up at like 6 o'clock on the dot. Just a little timer in his head.
What would your morning rituals consist of?
a shot of whiskey and out the door for breakfast.
Where the fuck did you get whiskey?
In
fuck?
my bag.
Okay, I'll let it pass.
How the fuck did we get ice cream? I'm sorry.
The fuck did we get ice cream?
Damn, did they not serve liqueur?
Disheveled and drooling on a pillow still.
Cyrus will probably get up with the sunrise, and his morning routine is before he even puts on his gear, he will meditate towards the sunrise and basically give his morning to his god.
Nerd.
In silent prayer.
Okay.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Rickram? Hmm?
Retrum didn't say nothing. He's taking a shot and heading to the cafeteria.
As you do so, it's almost as if a beam of singular light lands upon you.
God.
God? Dad?
Father.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Without giving it,
Oh my God.
without giving his god away in description, he will actually ask Zenith this morning if she believes in the same god he does.
Oh boy.
Bitch, who's that?
Not quite. How would you ask this?
Yeah. Go ahead. Do you believe in my god? And say his name for us.
No. I will say, basically, he will ask, do you know of insert my god's name?
Yeah.
When did we-
And what is that?
Hey,
Wait-
Ilbriel,
wait
of
a
course.
second.
Classes,
when did
I
we
mean,
decide not
Cyrus
to
is
say
my
who we're
man.
fucking worshipping? Anyways.
Cyrus is Salem's a man in the light. Of course he worships only Ilbriel.
Oh my God.
No one else.
Anyways, Zenith will look at you, and then she'll ruffle her wings a little bit. She's not quite sure what you're talking about.
Okay. Then, that is interesting. Then he will go into just a.
It's not
I'll
that she
say-
doesn't know who you're talking about. She just doesn't understand what you mean. Is to
Oh.
clarify.
Yeah, worship is fickle matter to such dragons.
Gotcha. Well, I didn't expect that response. I don't know how to respond to that.
Go back to praying, fire boy.
Yeah,
Fire boy! Oh, fuck.
that's what
Was
she
it
says.
Spy Kids too.
Yes, she says that directly to you in my voice alone.
Okay.
in common. Yeah.
She doesn't seem like she disrespects what you're doing. It's just that she's confused because that's not the way she would do it.
All right, then how would he would say he would open his eyes from his meditation and look at her and how would you worship him? or them?
Yes.
You get the image that comes through your head of hundreds, simply hundreds, maybe thousands of beautiful, shiny gems in the sunlight, refracting light everywhere. And as they do, you can see an image of Zenith lighting the stones ablaze.
Never really had the... Haven't had the means to do that in quite some time. But I think that's a good goal to work towards.
She nods.
Thank you.
Seeming to understand you now.
With that, he'll stand up from his meditation and quickly get on his gear and say, let's go get some breakfast. I'm starving.
You don't need to tell her twice. She's already lumbering towards the door.
Perfect.
Next.
Sunder wakes up super early, and
How
guess
early
it
is
kind of.
early?
I was gonna say it kind of depends on what Salem does as well, on whether he goes and because if Salem gets up before Sunder, he's going to see her. Because again, he's not machine, but he doesn't sleep.
It's like elf meditation, you know, where they don't sleep, but they meditate, you know?
Exactly. He's not a machine, I swear.
I mean, Salem, I think there's a good chance Salem would wake up before, because Salem wakes up early, because she's got to work out.
Alright,
She has a calisthenics routine that she does.
then yeah, I would think that as Salem wakes up, if you head down the stairs, you see a Sunder sitting there with no lights on in his armor, like in his eyes.
The lights.
You don't even
the lights
hear.
aren't home. Or the lights aren't
Oh.
home. The lights are on,
No.
but no one's home.
The lights are not home.
Yeah, they fucking left.
But as you go past him, you hear a slight hum start up as like his plates crack, and he like shudders awake and sits up a bit straighter, and just looks up at you from the stairs.
What's up?
Hello.
And Salem just kind of like finds like a shaded spot-ish and just starts working out.
Sunder points over to a tree off to the right of the tree house, and he just points to it and goes, "That would work well as a pull-up bar."
Oh yeah.
And then just goes back to sitting, looks around, looks down at Coralight, and gets up and probably asks Coralight if she wants to go on a walk.
Did I describe whether or not there were nests in there? I don't think I did.
Yeah,
You
said
did.
that there was a big stick nest,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and then I said that Sunder takes all of the comforters and blankets from his bed in the treehouse and sets them inside.
Okay. All right. She would poke her head out of that nest. Is that where is he in the nest right now, or is he out of it?
She was at his feet.
Okay.
At the end of the night.
Oh, okay. Well, she looks up at him, and it doesn't seem like she's opposed to doing anything. In fact, actually, she gets up and stretches. Her wings flare out in a large, long, clearly waking up stretch. She almost knocks Salem. It's not Salem. Actually, how close is Salem to her?
Salem's keeping a respectful distance from
Okay, she takes
the
out
pair of them.
Sunder instead, then, with her wings.
you just hear thunk, and he just falls back like a stick on its
Like a log.
like a log, and he just hits the ground, and then just gets back up without even saying anything.
Unfazed.
You need to just pull a bit. Oh wait, fuck! I'm supposed to say like, ow.
Yeah, as he gets up, he looks over to Salem and just goes, "Ow."
But in like the most unconvincing voice ever.
Yeah.
Coralite seems. Wouldn't say shocked. She didn't mean to push you over, and so she pulls her wings in and approaches you with her head alone and nudges you.
Sunder lifts his arm up and doesn't like touch her, but like puts it out to where she could extend her neck a little bit. He's doing the How to Train Your Dragon thing, but a bit closer. Just so she can touch his hand when she's ready.
Her beak wraps around his wrist and she yanks him up to his feet. And that's the sign that she is ready.
Sunder gives her a nod and goes, "Thank you," and goes to march outside, and without even looking at Salem, like raises a hand in like a non-motionless wave, and then sets it down, and heads outside with Coralite to explore the ground some.
Okay.
You can tell, like through all that Salem is like very moved by how like warm you are with your dragon, and also that she's extremely distracted in her mind palace right now. But like
fair.
there's like a flicker for a little bit after like watching the exchange of Sunder getting knocked over and just kind of, you know, like being close with his dragon, that she's just like there's a feeling of familiarity there that you might get.
Yeah. And I also will say, you do not, like, there isn't a moment where Sunder just, like, stands there and, like, talks to Coralite through his mind. Everything that he is saying to her is out loud.
Yeah. Definitely Salem is very like
You're like me for real, for real.
yeah, like me for real.
Because Tess doesn't really do that either, because that's not what she had for the longest time. Since she didn't have that like type of bond until recently, she still kind of has the habit where she doesn't really talk to Drowsa in like the bond. She just speaks to him out loud, like he's a person, like he's just another person to her.
Yeah. Sunder doesn't know that is a thing that can be. He knows that other people have talked about it, but it hasn't quite. He hasn't quite gotten a hang of it, or it's because of the like 6 roll last time on the bond. But he slowly talks to her and motions to her physically.
What is your passive perception?
Mine?
Yes.
My passive perception is...
Or insight, rather.
I have a 13 perception, 18 investigation, and 10 insight.
Okay. Salem just kind of like... You can tell that Salem's kind of just like smiles in your direction every now and then. But like nothing deeper than that then.
Yeah. But yeah...
She's like just kind of giving you space. Because like she's in your space, but like she doesn't want to come between you and your dragon.
Yeah, that is fair.
Ooh. That's beautiful.
How do
Coralite's wounds look?
They look significantly better than they did before. That the healing, that the, for lack of a better word, and to just yoink from George R. R. Martin, the Maesters did an amazing job.
Nice.
She seems almost fully recovered, save for a few missing feathers and scars that run along her arms and legs.
Oh, it's her. It's her. Look at that beak. Look at them teeths.
Huh?
Can you not see?
I cannot
Mhm.
see.
I can't see.
The
I can
fuck?
see the map, but not the art.
I see
Yeah,
Like,
if
not the
all
characters.
characters here, as soon as you pull the character past this point, it disappears. So for some reason, I think this map is
Oh.
There's a wall.
I have to learn how to do this a little bit better. Don't ignore that they're all there, but go ahead and move your tokens.
I think there's a
So,
night vision issue. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, that works. Now I
Yeah,
know.
that-
if you like, if you don't care what we see in the scene, I can teach you how to just let everybody see it without tokens.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I forgot what the setting was. I was trying to direct you toward that.
Yeah, I also forgot. Honestly.
If
You
you want
do.
to,
I know what it looks like. There's like the first two selections are like global illumination and token vision,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
like fog of war.
Yeah, the fog
you-
exploration. Should I just take that off?
Yeah,
All right. Rune, can you still see?
Mm-mm.
and then there's another setting too.
yeah. There's one that says token, and it says player needs tokens for vision.
Oh, yeah,
I
just
have to
people-
have that unselected. God,
Yeah.
fuck.
And now you
Yeah,
can just
there you
delete
go.
our tokens, and we can still see.
There.
Yep.
My God, I'm fucking swooping. Anyways.
Not stupid, just whatever you want to call it.
As you exit your canopy, the tree you're on is quite large, but if with Coralite's help, you might be able to get down without hurting yourself.
Yeah, Sunder's going to, grab because she has a saddle on, right?
No,
She doesn't?
no. The only person
Huh.
with tack is Tassara, and that's because she made it herself.
Sunder's gonna look to Coralite and be like, how much can you carry?
She looks at you like you're asking a silly question.
That is correct. That is true. Can you carry me? Wording. Can you help us both get down there?
How would you like to do that?
Sunder just slowly looks to her claws. It's like she could carry me by my shoulders.
Because you are not. Are you letting that thought slip through the tether?
Probably, because he doesn't quite understand how that works.
Okay. Because you're not asking to ride her, you will not have to roll the persuasion check. Instead, as soon as you think that, your midsection is grabbed in her talons, and she leaps from the top of the canopy and down to the forest floor.
You...
Deadpan,
R2D2 fucking yelling noises.
You just hear that. It's like a
Um,
completely different tone than Sunder usually talks.
She is surprisingly graceful, despite there being large trees all around. Her wings don't clip a single branch as she dives down the almost 100-foot tree and onto the forest floor. Once you're both there, she gently sets Sunder down and pats him on the head for good measure. No, just kidding.
Sunder pats Corley on the head for good measure.
The mutual patting.
Mutual pat. But what you see below seems like a normal forest, aside from the really large trees that honestly are everywhere on Alvarez.
Can I make a perception check to see if there's any wildlife around?
Go for it.
Hey, not that.
You're
not
gonna mend the
mending.
wildlife?
No. There we go. Normal.
They suddenly all gain fucking sentience.
With a 12, it's very clear that your entrance into the woods below made everything run. However, it's still teeming with wildlife. You can practically hear it, and so can Coralite, who is realizing now she's hungry.
Coralite looks to Sunder looks to Coralite. Does he realize this? Does she look very hungry?
How much can Sunder feel?
He doesn't actually feel hunger. He can feel tired, but it's more of just a slowness of his motor functions. And he doesn't feel thirst.
Roll me a perception check, then.
Aye.
Another one.
What's it like to feel mortal, Tin Man?
5.
No, Sunder cannot tell that she is hungry, but no.
Can he at least tell she, is she looking to him? Can he tell that she wants something?
She seems
She
to
needs
be
oil.
she seems to be looking around, actually, digging up rocks and scuffling through around the trees, trying to see if she can find small game. As this is not normally how she hunts.
He looks to Coraline and goes, "You can go out and explore, just come back. Do not let me stop you."
She doesn't even regard him. She just continues to look for food, and then she bounds away and
There she goes.
off to find her own meat. How is Sunder
Wow.
going to get back up the tree?
He said 100-foot tree.
Yes.
He's gonna wait.
Okay.
He's going. You know what he's gonna do? Is there a pond around?
Yes, there's actually a small little brook in between, as you can see on the picture, between the tree that you descended and the rest of the forest. It's just a tiny little stream. Nothing too crazy. There's no fish, but it's definitely a comfortable little brook.
Are there... Could he guess where this water is coming from? Is it, glacial water? Or is it, coming from a spring? What's the rock situation here is what I want to ask. What's the kind of rocks around this water source he wants to look for any types of gems, or...
It would be mostly big chunks of rocks, but there are also smooth river stone in between those as well. Stones that have been there long enough for this brook to have worn them down to a smooth, soft texture. You might find something of value.
Yeah, he's just in his mind. He's like, okay, she's off doing whatever she needs to do. He's just gonna take this time to try to see what kind of materials are around. See what he can find. That's what his mind's on. His mind's on crafting.
Just roll me a base d20.
Okay. Nice.
You don't find much. However, a small shiny, glistening stone catches his attention, quite a bit of ways down the river, or brook. It seems to be catching the light.
He looks around, sees if there's any enemies around that he needs to kill. He scans the trees before walking over to it and leaning over to see what it is.
As he picks it up, he would see that it's a clear, opaque snakeskin agate.
Adding that to his inventory. Cool. He's happy. Does he hear any sounds of Coralite around?
Surprisingly, no. He would be able to sense that she is near, but he can't hear her, not even her wing beats. She might be stalking something.
If he thinks that she's stalking something through this analysis, I think he'd just sit down by the pond
Okay.
and just listen to the birds and enjoy the scenery.
Alright, well, we'll come back to you as we fade to... Who wants to take next scene?
I can go.
Okay.
Unless Restroom wants to.
Nope. I'm
Okay.
just waiting for everybody.
I think Merman wakes up in the morning, like everybody else, not too late. He's used to getting up. He'll put on some simple clothes, slacks and like a loose fitting tunic, shirt sort of thing. But before he leaves the room, because he's going to go back through the doorway. I think he left the door open, but now it's closed. So I think he assumes that it closes by itself or something. But knowing that this is likely a remote island in the middle of nowhere, he's interested if Azuma can access the door by himself. So he'll kind of turn to Azuma before they leave and say, "Oh, do you think you could open this?"
Azuma gives him a look of absolute disdain.
Not for me. I'm just curious if you can open it. What if I were to go through this door and then it closed and you were trapped here and could not get through? It'd be terrible.
You don't have to roll a persuasion check. You got him on that one. He shakes himself off for a second as he grumbles and gets to his feet, lumbering over to the door, his claws scraping against the sandstone. He, in the most human fashion you can possibly see a dragon do, he reaches out his claws and grasps the door handle with so the inside of the dorms, their doors look unique. What would Merman's door look like?
The inside looks unique.
Yes.
I think it looks like coral. It looks like a coral door.
Okay, does it have a
Like
handle?
like different what?
Does it have a handle?
Yeah, so it's like different corals that are all weaved like into each other. So it's like a woven coral door. It's very lumpy, but a handle or like a loop of coral kind of extrudes out and loops back around. So it's just like a pull.
Okay.
Hello, Max.
Yes, Azuma, in a very human-like fashion, opens the door, which is weird because his neck is longer than his legs, so he has to pull his neck back and open the door.
Sorry, that looks quite awkward. He peeks through the door just to make sure is it Sanctuary Brosi through there after the dragons opened it up?
It is.
Okay. All right. That answers that question. I promise I won't make you do that again. Yeah, thank you for humoring me. And he will kind of step to the side and maybe hold the door open for Azuma to go through after you.
And he does. He goes through, and it is a very weird thing to witness, a dragon going through a door and not getting stuck.
Yeah.
It's almost like he shrinks to fit and then regrows as he comes through. It's a very hard thing for me to explain, and it's very
Wait.
hard for Merman's eyes to comprehend.
Yeah, Merman just sort of like blinks and like shakes his like, okay.
Wait, is it the door or the dragon?
The
We'll never
dragon.
know.
Okay, because
It appears like the dragon. What one's mind tries to put into comprehension as this happens is that the dragon goes through, and it's almost like pulling a cloth through. What are those tablecloth holders?
yeah,
things?
like
It's
the
like that.
That's cool.
Yes.
Okay, that's funky.
So it goes through perfectly, and you'd think that it would get stuck, but it doesn't. And as soon as he's out, he doesn't look like he's changed at all.
All right. Well, let's go get breakfast. And he's gonna head off to the mess hall with Azuma.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I guess I'll go over my morning with my asshole.
Well, I mean, phrasing.
You know damn well what I meant, but
Yeah, well, I don't know
No, we
if
didn't.
the rest
we
of
didn't.
YouTube will know what you meant.
well, if they watch the last episode, then we're good. If not, go watch the last episode, asshole.
Okay.
Anyway, I wake up. First thing I do is pull a bottle of whiskey out and take a shot. Wake myself up, and I look over at Ravenous and I go, "Are you awake over there?"
You see a silver eye peer from the darkness of her wings.
Right. So how about we start off on a good note today, then? Pull a rabbit leg out of the bag and throw it to her.
She sleep paralysis demon stares at you before going after the rabbit with vitriol.
I'll take that as a yes, then.
There's no response.
Right. Alright, well, let's go get you some real food, then. We get up and we leave.
Okay.
Go to the mess hall.
What does his door look like?
I've been sitting here thinking about this the whole time, and my brain just wouldn't think of anything.
We can pass. We can pass while you think on it. You head to the mess.
No. I got it.
Okay.
The door handle looks like that of a tail of like a salamander, like wrapped in itself, leading into the door, and it's got like this etched shape of like yeah, we'll get back to it. Never mind.
Okay.
We'll get back to it.
I liked where
I
you
thought
were
I had
going
it,
with
and
it.
then I lost
I
it.
liked where
Yeah.
you were going with it, but we'll come back to it. Who's next?
Salem will finish her workout routine and then leave Sunder's abode and
After you
head.
just heard him scream as he was dragged down.
Yeah. You can hear like when that happens, you can hear it. But she just goes straight to the mess hall and is like scanning, looking for Tisara, and just noticing that she's not there. She gets like a tablecloth and gets like some like raw meat, like what she would assume that her dragon would like to eat, and like like turns it like the tablecloth into like a sling to hold a bunch of like meat And then she gets like people food after that and heads back to her own room to check on her dragon first, actually. Would Taylor be awake or not yet?
Taylor wakes up at the ass crack of dawn like you do, actually.
Oh.
You're not in there, but I am.
And she is curled up around Tassara.
Aww. Like around the bed.
Where
like at the foot of the bed.
Is Drowza in your room? Or did he
Yes.
follow you? Okay.
No, he's in his room.
You can hear the snores of Drowza all the way across the fucking United States. Anyways, your dragon is curled up with your women, which is interesting because your dragon almost seems like it doesn't like you.
I mean, we're working through it. We both like are trying to figure out things.
Tess just has a way with animals, okay? It's probably because she is an animal.
Well, see, the funny thing is that I have really high animal handling, but dragons aren't animals. So.
Who says?
Is that what you rolled
God.
the RP? Animal handling? Sorry.
No. Exactly. That's metagamey though. But
Taylor
Nice.
does look intrigued to see you though. Almost as if she's like, "Did you bring me food?"
absolutely, yeah, that's absolutely the first thing that Salem is doing. Is she's kind of giving the spread of all the cooked food and the raw food to Taylor first, and she's like, actually, just like, I haven't really gotten to say how much I appreciate you already, and thank you so much.
Roll me a glaze check.
Oh, what?
Nothing.
Oh, wait. Okay.
No, I'm joking. Don't.
Rolled Krispy Kreme level glaze.
She meets your eyes.
Cinnabon.
You both, considering you both share the same eye color, due to your bond, she sends this feeling of mutual respect down the line due to your admission.
And Salem will actually like step forward with like her palm out. She's like, Salem wants a hug from her.
Also pulling How to Train
Are
Your
you
Dragon.
are you sending this feeling down the line?
Yes. Well, I don't know if Salem knows how to.
You do
emotions.
it if this emotion is strong enough, you don't have control.
Yeah, okay. It's pretty strong. There is a oddly nostalgic yearning for like physical contact with the dragon.
Without getting up, Taylor stretches out her neck and puts her beak on your shoulder and nudges you closer to her chest.
And Salem just closes her eyes and just the biggest sigh, and is just like gently petting Taylor for a little while. And
Just
when the
soft
moment
snoring in
passes,
the background.
yeah. And when the moment passes, Salem just sits next to Tassara, and does Tassara smell like alcohol right now? How sloshed would you have said that Tassara?
She is pretty drunk, but I would say she probably doesn't smell that heavily of it. Because Evermead smells really good. So it's Evermead smells like cherries and kind of like vanilla-y and like rose petally. So.
I know I haven't been an alcoholic for a couple years, but it doesn't matter what someone drinks, they smell of alcohol if they are like really like hungover or drunk.
She's not gonna be super hungover. She handles alcohol well, so she's good.
Okay.
She's a very large woman. I mean,
Does Salem lean in and sniff, or
are you smelling me?
No, it's like sitting over and like putting her hand on Tassara and just like gently trying to wake her. She's gauging whether or not she's gonna cast Lesser Restoration to help with the migraine.
No,
Yeah.
you're good.
Look, when you've been around someone who is pissed drunk, they smell like alcohol from across the room. You can tell.
No, you're good. You don't have to cast anything. But she does not stir, like, at all.
I mean, Salem just, it's like... Pat. Like, imagine...
You will receive nothing.
Jesus Christ.
I told you, it's like, she sleeps like a bear.
I mean, Salem is kind of used to, like, waking you up, though. Because Salem, like, would get impatient after a while when traveling together, I'm sure. So it's not, like, shocking to her, but, like, Salem is, like, being more gentle than usual, and obviously is not getting results.
You should know better then.
So, like, Salem eventually just kind of, like, grabs Tess by her, like, arms and, like, kind of sits her up on the bed.
You're not
Really
going to sit
weird.
Tess up. She's too heavy for you.
No, she's not. I
Not gonna work.
promise you.
Not gonna work.
How heavy is Tessara?
Too heavy. Trust.
What's your strength?
I have 18 strength.
Yeah, no, you're not too heavy.
I can sit you up from the laying down position. I'm not picking you up. I'm just like pulling you up, unless you're
Alright.
actively fighting me.
All right, it's slightly, but in a funny way.
Okay, roll
So you're
this.
gonna get like one open eye,
Roll
and
me a
that's about
strength
it.
check.
Exactly. You're
Okay.
gonna get.
Yeah.
You're gonna get immediately pulled in for cuddles.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering. It's like I could. Are you trying to say that
Yeah,
you're?
I'm trying to do funny, and you're like, I don't want funny. I'm
Now-
I
Now,
got 19.
Tessara, you have to beat that strength check.
that I'm gonna beat it.
So I don't know what happened with my phone, but I couldn't hear anything, so I'm
Uh-oh.
standing at my computer.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
buddy.
Jeez.
How,
It's all good.
put some pillows on either ass cheek, okay? And then sit with your tailbone suspended. I swear it will work.
Yeah, do that.
All right.
You're gonna need a lot of pillows.
I got 2.
Do you have couch
Yeah.
cushions?
We'll work this out. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Continue. Sorry.
Alright. With an
Aw.
8,
Are you sure you're not hungover?
Maybe.
how do you handle almost being pulled into a snuggle pile, Salem, but ultimately failing? Tess ultimately failing to pull you down.
I think
It's
Salem
sleepy.
just doesn't notice like that it's happening, because like Salem's warmed up already, and Tess is tired still, and so like she doesn't feel the resistance, and she just sits Tessara up and then just sits next to her, and just kind of I guess holds her hand and sits there.
So you've sat her up. You've dragged her ass into a sitting position.
Yeah, like
You're just-
against
okay.
like the headboard or like the wall, basically.
All
On the
right,
bed.
I got you. I get what you're doing. She's still super tired and like processing everything. Lots of eye rubbing and everything.
Also, food smell on the bed.
Yeah, don't worry, that'll hit her in a minute. But she's still just coming back to life. But because you've pulled her up, she had no clothes on. So congratulations.
I mean,
Everything's fallen off of her.
nothing she hasn't seen before.
I wouldn't say Tess has probably gotten undressed in front of Salem before.
Well, nothing Salem hasn't
It's
seen.
not unlike you, apparently.
Alright, well, Salem has seen a lot of naked people and literally people measuring their dicks in front of her, so it's completely
Okay.
unfazed.
Well, first of all, we're gonna dial back to that because what? But like, everyone can tell me I'm right. You can see a lot of naked people in your life, but when it's a naked person you love or are romantically interested in, that's different.
I mean,
Time
Preaching
to
to the-
uwu brush.
preaching to the choir. I mean, like Salem is affected by it, but she's just kind of like it's odd because normally Salem is much more insistent about like getting you up and getting your ass in gear, but
Yeah.
she's just sitting there with you.
You're just getting frog blinked at right now. Are you gonna say anything?
No,
No.
Salem doesn't know how to handle this shit.
How have you? I guess because if you said you've been kicking your ass into gear this whole time, how do you approach this in a not kicking your ass into gear way?
By just sitting there and letting Tassara dictate what she wants.
You're just gonna get a good morning then.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you gonna say anything?
Good morning.
That's insanely awkward. Good job.
Yeah, because it is insanely awkward. You're welcome.
Okay, well, she's gonna notice that she smells food. Do you have an idea of as what you picked out?
Bread meat and whatever. What do they have? That's like, do they have stews? It would be like stews and red meat. Like it's very meat heavy.
They would definitely have more breakfast options. There would be seasoned sausage, maple bacon, large chunks of maple bacon. Like, think the biggest fucking pig that you could ever chunk bacon off of.
I'm hungry.
And it's like Ghibli style delicious juicy. Like it's almost caramelized in the maple that it's been sitting in.
I'm gonna punch a small child.
Lots. Yeah, literally just meat heavy. No eggs.
No eggs. Thank fuck.
No eggs.
There were crepes. There was waffles. So there was lots of bread options. But yes, no eggs because we all know how that would have gone.
Yeah.
No way.
I don't, but I'm just saying specifically, just mostly like red meat. Surprisingly, no none of the pastries or anything, but there would be like a couple of vegetables if there were. Just like
she's gonna
it's more of like an appetizer sampler.
I get
because she could not carry enough food for her dragon and 2 people, so it's a kind of like a, just something.
She's gonna squint at Salem for a little while, and then move her hand forward again to push the hair out of your face again. You look really confused and ask, "Why are you so sweaty?"
Because I was working out like I always do.
Where did you go?
Oh, I hung out with Sunder for a little bit. He makes really good tea.
Define a little bit.
I was trying to figure out his deal, and that was pretty much it. You know how I do.
Did you come back at any point during the night?
No, I passed out on the stairs.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is you went to some guy's room in the middle of the night after I passed out and have now returned back to the room sweaty. And I shouldn't be concerned.
Lenore almost feels like she should get up and walk away, but she doesn't. Because Tess is naked. And
Trouble in paradise.
she just goes back to eating her food.
Yeah, good. Sam just shrugs.
She's not. Tess isn't mad at all. She's just really confused.
It's I just needed some time to process, I guess, and...
I'm just saying, after calling me a lady of the night, I wouldn't have assumed you would have moved on that fast.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Damn, who's really the lady
No,
of the night?
Well, I just... it's been a day, and I just kind of fell back into work to process. And we have to open ourselves up to these people, I think, is the best thing we can do.
There's like a moment of like silence while she like considers your words. And then all you get is just a hair ruffle before she gets out of bed and immediately starts looking for the food that she can smell.
I mean, it's on the bed.
Oh, you put it on the bed? I thought you would have had it like on the floor or some shit like that for your dragon.
Salem is
She would have not have been beside herself to pick food up.
yeah. Salem has been eye fucking the food like this entire time because she like barely ate yesterday too.
Oh, okay. Well, she moves some of the blankets aside then, and then pulls the food closer. But definitely in a way where it's like pushed in between us both. As like a clear like, okay, here, you have some too. Like, I'm not the only one eating. Like, don't want to be the only one.
Salem would have fought you for some of that food. Don't worry.
Would have been another strength check for bacon.
So yeah, Salem's just hanging out, processing.
But other than that, thankfully Tess had some sentience left over to hang her clothes up in some way that the sun coming through dried it most of the way. So she doesn't
I
go-
feel like Salem would have helped you to bed. Like Salem wouldn't have just like.
okay. So then you did. You had the mind to do it because I don't know what she would have done if her clothes were still fucking drenched by the
Salem wouldn't have
random
just like
puddle.
left the room while you're like drown risk in the water.
You would have returned back and I'm like a toddler that's been left unattended face down in the puddle. Okay, I'm just gonna say we're just shooting the shit and like eating in silence, and that's about it right now.
Okay.
Are they in the mess hall?
No,
No.
they're in the room together.
Gotcha.
We will probably like Salem's next objective is the mess hall because the food would very quickly be picked through by the two of them.
Yeah. So I mean, so then I can say after finishing food and some like light conversation and stuff like that, and getting dressed. we
And
can
this is
head
also like
together.
pretty early in the morning too.
Yeah.
Like where it's like Salem gets up early.
But like as we head towards the mess hall, Tessa's gonna make a point to hold your hand though.
Sure. Yeah, Salem doesn't fight it.
So you guys are heading to the mess hall. All right.
Yeah.
Merman,
Hopefully
you were
doing
heading
better.
to the mess hall, yes?
Yep.
And so
Uh,
was Reshram and Cyrus.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Sunder, who is stuck in his room.
He's
I
just
love
on a
him.
rock. He's just on a rock and his legs are swinging back and forth.
Push her over there. After what seems like 30 minutes, the sound of a triumphant trill comes from behind Sunder. And once he turns around, he'll see his dragoness carrying a very large elk-looking creature.
As he has been doing up to this point, since he has seen it done once by one other person, he's going to give Coralite a big thumbs up, with his arm directly stretched out straight, and just go, "Very good job. That is
Kayla?
that is a
Okay.
good elk." Elk.
If Tess can rub off on Sunder, that'd be the actual funniest thing in the
Phrasing.
whole world. You're the one with the dirty mind, not me. I meant it literally.
Phrasing.
Sunder doesn't
Phrasing.
know what that would be, nor does he even have that type of feelings coded into him. Yet. He's working.
Coralite looks at your gesture, and although she has a mouth full of dead animal, you can tell by her eyes that she is confused as to what that gesture could even mean. But
He looks
your-
at his thumbs up and then like looks at it really confused and then just lowers it.
she kind of just drags this animal around and then plops it in front of him, like, and then nudges it into his direction, like, eat.
Oh. Yeah, I have not eaten. How do I say this, Correlate? I do not eat.
Confusion again. She pushes it to you again.
He looks down at it, and he leans down, and it's completely dead, right?
Oh yes. Oh no, it's bloodied. This thing looks like it's actually been chewed and shook quite a bit. It's dead.
He grabs one of the elk's legs and tears it off, or tries to tear it off.
Ooh.
Roll me a strength check.
Man, you got a knife on you, or?
Nice. With a 21, you can rip this leg that seems to be hanging on by just the tendons alone. You hear a sickening snap as the cartilage breaks from the bone, and the leg is free.
Don't get pushed by Sunder, got it.
He looks at it, and then, like, taps it against his helmet that doesn't have a mouth.
She sits back and watches, but from her perspective, it looks like you're eating it. The blood is on your face like hers. Surely that means you have ingested some.
He offers the quote-unquote rest of the leg. Technically, it's what's left of it. Over to her and say, "Very good. Good catch."
Yummy.
She takes it from you skeptically. She's not quite sure how you managed to ingest something without taking a chunk out of it, but she believes you. And begins to eat herself, just giving you this cautious side eye.
He plops down on the ground beside Corelite and the elk, and honestly, he's just gonna let her eat, let her enjoy the area, not being tied up, and also wish that he could eat.
Is that
And-
wish gone down the line?
Yes, because he still doesn't quite understand how that works.
She looks up at you with this frustrated look. Like, why are you wishing you could eat? I just offered you food.
Sunder looks over and is like, "Did I say something?"
She pushes some elk back towards you, and this time is determined to watch you eat it. It needs to go down, or she is not going to believe it.
Huh. The thing is if I would have chosen a different like the artificer infusion that makes it so you can create an item, if I could have chosen, instead of goggles of night, bag of holding, I could just stuff it in my bag of holding in his chest.
Listen,
And-
can you at least like pull a hatch up and like cram it down into your chest cavity to make it look like you've eaten it or something?
I
Um,
feel like that's akin to shoving a pipe into your ribcage.
He tears a little bit off of the, like, not the bone, he's tearing the meat off the bone just a little bit, and he's going to, you hear like hydraulics, or like air or magical essence or whatever, being let out as his mask cuts in two, and he lifts it up, and you see him lift up the fabric underneath. And since none of the other players are here, I will not describe what's underneath of it, but he sets a little bit of meat in it.
That just
And,
sounds fucked up.
And he gives a thumbs up, and then puts the fabric back down, zips it up, or ties it back together, and helmet goes back down and clicks back into place.
Although watching it was very weird for her. She seemed satisfied with this, as the meat went in and was gone. As far as she knew, you ate it.
His eyes flicker back on, and he shakes a little bit. Now having some meat in his system, he will probably dispose of it later when Corley is not looking. But yeah, he gives her a nod and thinks a little bit of like, that was weird, but she looks happy, and that's what makes me happy.
After a few minutes of feasting on this large animal, she drags the remainder of the corpse into a pile of bushes and lays out in the sun. If you don't move her, she's not going to take you back up.
Was I told any specific time when we needed to be ready?
Nope.
Do I have like a pager or something? Like,
Nope.
I'm gonna... Okay, so how long has it been since we were here about?
I'd say about a little close to an hour now, since it took her 30 minutes to hunt.
Okay, I'll give her another 30 minutes of sunbathing, and then Sunder will like lay beside her, just letting the metal of his armor warm, even though he can't feel it. Just kind of imitating her, seeing like, is this a good thing? Is this a thing to do when you're bored? And then after 30 minutes, he's just gonna be like, he's gonna get up and be like, okay, it is time to go back to our friends.
Hold on, sorry, I heard screaming. I think they're watching.
Oh, no.
I think they're watching football out there. It scares the fuck out of me. She ruffles her feathers a little and looks at you, a little lazy, like she was in the middle of a nap. But she gets up nonetheless, and before you have time to really tell her what to do, she grabs you by the waist or the chest or whatever it is again, and she scrambles up the fucking side of a tree. I cannot talk. Scrambles up the tree and into your canopy again.
You just hear whoa, 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 as he's with like every leap and like scramble, as his mechanical voice gets warbled by the motion. And then when he gets up, he's gonna look around, see if Salem's around. She's not around. Look to Corley and give her a nod and be like, think it is time to go meet the friends again.
Round 2 electric boogaloo.
What does your door look like? Do you know?
I do actually. The door is just a slab of wood with a door handle. But it looks like wood, perfect for carving. But it looks like a blank slate.
Do you open it and head out?
Yep. Gonna head out and hope Correlate follows. If not, then give her the okay.
She follows. Let's see. You all head to the mess hall.
Can Cyrus... Okay, we're all three are here. Nope. Oh,
You should
okay.
be.
Well, Cyrus, Merman, and Resham are the first three
Yeah.
in the mess hall. Yeah? Okay.
Cyrus. So you left first, right, Cyrus? And then it was Merman, and then it was Reshram.
I believe Resham was there before Cyrus, and then... Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know the order of things, but
Well,
I do want
I know that
to...
you and Merman would have probably left around the same time. So if anybody left and would be there first, it would be Reshram. Then the next two are Tassara and Salem, and then lastly, Sunder. But I am going to say we should take a break because I need to go put birds to bed.
Okay.
And then we will continue
Alright.
when I get back.
Okay.
Go.
Fuck.
Fucking shut up.
Shit ass tits.
Shit.
Is this South Park?
Who comes in with their dragons? Remember,
Ah.
there's a limit of how many dragons can come in at a time, but you don't have to follow that.
Thunder doesn't know shit.
We're gonna give
Yeah.
Cyrus and Merman their thing real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
You'll all probably
So
meet in the hallway. I don't know. Where do you meet?
on the way to the. Stop that, Percy! Don't eat bags. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that.
I see she takes after her dad.
Okay.
When you are.
I had to move the bag. So on the way to the mess hall, Cyrus sees Merman and just kind of walks over to him and says,
Good morning.
"Good morning. Can I talk to you before we get to the mess hall? I assume that's where you're going."
Yes, yeah, that's where I'm heading. Yeah, of course we can talk. We'll walk together.
Cyrus will choose a secluded hallway or, alcove or alleyway, whatever is available.
Ooh, how private.
Do you do
Leans
this in
up
front
against
of
the wall.
Azuma?
Hmm?
Is this done in
So-
front of Azuma?
Is it in front of Azuma?
Yeah.
Azuma is with us, so yes.
He's kind of giving a concerned look, like, why is this person touching you?
Oh, shit.
And he is approaching Cyrus in...
Am I being touched? I didn't know I was being touched.
Or you said pulled
No.
him.
No. I don't actually pull him,
Okay.
but I just
Okay.
direct the conversation.
Eyes are still on you, but he's watching you. So just be careful what you do.
So I wanted to speak to you away from the rest of the chain because I trust you. We found our dragons together. We bonded together with our dragons.
Yeah,
Um,
I trust you too, Cyrus. What's on your mind?
I noticed something yesterday with Salem. Salem gave everybody a once over, assessing them, and
I had noticed. She didn't seem interested in me, though.
she, being that she's a law enforcement. Well, I wanted to tell you that I actually don't worship Ilriel.
No shit.
God silence.
He just smiles. All right. Well, in confidence, I don't worship Ilriel either.
I'm just. That's good to know. I'm just scared that he'll put me back in a dark cell for the same thing that I'm here for, which is.
And how would they do that? And he looks at
They.
your dragon. And then back to you.
I
Zenith
understand,
looks
but-
proud.
I understand that me being bonded now has a certain perk, but being someone who worships the true god of the sun. Being in a dark room for that long really broke me. So I don't ever want to go back.
I understand.
But what's interesting about Salem is that while they eyed everybody else with the same scrutiny, she didn't do that with you. And I picked up that Salem, well, she's actually pretty terrified of you.
Oh, that's what it was.
So take that with you what you will, but I think that's...
Well, that's a good sign for you then. If anyone tries to take you away, especially her, I won't let them.
I really appreciate that. I also picked up that Reshram is not a subscriber of the approved deity that the Empire has deemed.
Yes. There's a number of things strange about that one.
Yeah. And I actually had a talk with Zenith last night about it. We both agree that we were a little quick to judge Ravnus.
Yes. I had much this similar conversation with Azuma. Not best to judge Ravnus, although I still don't know anything about Reshram, so we judge him all day.
Motherfuckers.
Of course. But I think, from what I picked up yesterday, I think him not being a subscriber to Ilriel might be something that both of us can relate to.
An ally.
An ally.
True. I would like if we could work this out, but we'll have to play it by ear. We are a chain. We do have to work together. It would be a shame to keep such a large secret within the group.
I think finding a common interest between everybody, besides being bonded with dragons, would be in our best interest.
We'll have to
We'll have to
figure
feel it
that
out.
out. Did you have something in mind?
I don't know. I think that's what breakfast is for, right?
Right. Still a lot of unanswered questions about this place. I have no idea what we are supposed to be doing.
I think everybody's in the same boat there.
And
I didn't even know what time we're supposed to wake up. But I guess we're about to see, right?
right. Well, let's go see who's up.
Yes, Zenith is very hungry, so let's go.
They're always hungry.
And we head over to the mess hall.
Yep.
Okay.
Where Reshram is already waiting.
Yep. Tess and Sam.
And real quick before that,
Oh, yeah.
Reshram has given Ravnus the permission to go ahead and be the first for her food.
Okay.
So anybody else can approach at their own risk.
Okay, let me touch down on that really quick. Where are you sitting? Go ahead and find your spot.
All right. Probably the same spot we were at.
Okay, that's the cool kids table. Got you. As you sent Ravenous over to the what seems to be a fresh meat pile, she starts as the first dragon there, and any dragon that comes in thus far, not a part of your chain, seems less than interested in going over there as she feasts.
Awesome.
If that is all?
That is it.
Okay. Tess and Salem. Do you have any conversations?
Talonor would have. Tess would have. I mean, Salem. We both do that?
I know.
Salem.
I know.
We are just the one on the inside, truly. Salem would basically gauge how hungry Talonor is, and like obviously invite Talonor if she was interested.
Mm-hmm.
But also Salem, if Tess doesn't, Salem would remark to collect Drowsa as well, because Salem has been around Drowsa and has like an emotional attachment to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And she wants to make sure that he's doing well.
What does Salem's door look like? Because you guys haven't exited your room, I imagine.
It is like as much of a curtain as it can be. It's like a tent curtain, basically. It's just so like sterile and utilitarian, basically. Like if it has to be a door,
it doesn't have to be a door. It doesn't have to be a door.
Yeah, so it's literally just like as if it was a curtain, but it like kind of just like holds itself shut.
You get the sense that anybody can walk up on your place of dwelling at any moment. The less it looks like an actual door, the better.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just basically like a curtain, like as if it was like the opening of a tent, but it's just like it holds itself together until someone opens it from the inside, basically.
Okay, I will describe that momentarily. Tess, yes, Tess, I believe you are getting your clothes on.
Yeah.
Okay.
As for the remark about Drowsa, Tess just like waves her hand and doesn't seem like super oh my god, what is the word I'm thinking of? Not interested, but super concerned. She doesn't seem like super concerned about it. She finishes, I would say she finishes pulling her clothes on, and then makes a remark of, well, if you want to stop by my room, we can, but I feel like as soon as we get there, he'll get the hint. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we've been together for so long, we're so in tune with each other that if he figures out that I'm now awake, he's inevitably going to wake up here soon if he's not already awake. But we can swing by my room if you want to.
If you're confident, then I don't mind. I just want to make sure that he's, doesn't get rowdy.
I mean, we can. It's no big deal. I think it's on the way.
I mean, it's right across the hall. I suppose we do collect the Drowsa, the beast.
It's not so much collecting, guys. Are we leaving your room then?
Yeah, the mess hall.
As you push away the curtain, it feels like you're pushing away a curtain, and as you open it, you see the compass room. It doesn't feel like a normal door until you exit, and then all of a sudden that cloth feels more like a door. Talonor follows behind, clearly wanting more than just what she was given. And if you stop by Tess's room, all she would have to do is simply open the door for her space and call Drowsa forward. Whether or not he
Yep.
comes is exactly.
She literally, that's all she does. She just flings her door open and goes, "Wake up!" Like just yells, "Wake
As
up."
you open the door, his head is already right there,
Okay, exactly, perfect.
and he comes
She
out.
starts to utter the words "what," and then
And he's out and on top of both you and Salem.
Yay. Okay, it's fine. Tess is used to it, but he's just giving him his morning loves and attention. Then there's lots of head rubs.
Yeah, he's pushing you across the floor with his head.
Like a Roomba pushing into a cat that's asleep.
Yeah, you know that pet camera video of the orange cat pushing his head through the slippers?
Yeah.
That's what I picture Drowsa doing with at least Tess right now.
I just want to say that Drowsa probably gets her like a good portion down the hallway
Yeah, he is.
before he stops.
You could tell he's actually visibly upset that you left him all night.
Damn, didn't think he'd mind.
Trying
Thought
to
he would-
like combine our rooms.
I don't know if that's possible or not. Is that magically possible? Do I get like a little secret?
Secret
Probably.
tunnel.
Mindly.
Oh my god. FOIC. Anyways,
Got one amoeba here.
if you
Foik.
if you
Foik.
are able to get up, I imagine you both head to the mess hall now. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You walk down the hall. There are other Unkari awake and other dragons walking. Most of them giving you a very interested and also confused look, Tess, as you are the only person in this settlement that has a wyvern.
She's just, as she's been walking, she's just had like one, like holding hands with Salem, but also one hand kind of like resting on Drowsa the whole time because she feels bad. So she's like kind of like making up for it, like the physical contact.
Yeah.
She doesn't really notice though the looks. But when she does, she kind of just turns towards Salem and asks, "I didn't think we woke up that late." She's like completely oblivious to the fact of what they're actually thinking of. She just thinks that they woke up too late and now they're in trouble.
Salem, you may notice, due to having military background, that nobody seems to be rushing around. They all seem to be pretty lax in their movements. It doesn't seem like anything is going on right now.
Perfect.
Do you guys run into Merman and Cyrus on the way there? Does that conversation go long enough that they actually run into you guys in the hallway?
I don't know.
Well,
what do you-
I'm asking
they ate
Cyrus.
in the room, right?
Yeah, we were probably
Yeah, they were a
be
bit later.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'm trying to get the timeline straight.
Yeah, I think me and Cyrus finished our conversation and got into that room and probably saw Reshram well before they showed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I believe Sunder
is still in their room.
It's way
is
late.
still in
yeah.
their room. Yeah, 'cause there was a whole hunting, right?
Sort of, yes.
Yeah.
For about 30 minutes to an hour after you guys, I believe. So Sunder, if you and Salem are done, Tess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Sunder, you are still in your room, but you are back at the top of your canopy. What do you do?
I'm gonna head out. I'm
Okay.
gonna head out the plain blank wooden door.
Plain blank wooden door, perfect for carving stories on, and
Exactly.
Coralight follows you close behind.
And he's just gonna look around, close the door behind him, and head down to the mess hall as he guessed that most people that need to eat are going to be doing.
Okay. Eventually, you all get to the mess hall. Please move to your seats where you would have gone, and your entrances go. Cyrus,
definitely-
Merman? you would be
He
first.
definitely still has blood on his face and arms.
Okay, right. The fucking the elk meat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit on the other side of Merman there.
Okay.
We'll do. Yeah, like across the table.
You, no, next to you
Oh yeah, okay, that works.
on the left,
Right,
stage left.
stage left.
Clearly, the other spot's taken.
That would be,
As we like look
that would be
around,
the
Tessa's
right.
gonna notice that Resham's dragon is at the food first. So she's gonna turn and look to Drowza and be like, "Okay, I know you're hungry, and I know you're excited, but please be at least a little courteous around that one." And then she's just gonna just let him go. And hope for the best.
Persuasion check.
Resham looks over towards Ravnus and then back at Doza, and he's just gonna put his hands over his face and just sigh.
Can you move, Cyrus?
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I forgot you're on your phone now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ravnus is just tearing into this carcass. It's almost kind of sickening how brutal it is, but she seems hungry. She seems almost starved, in fact. Drowza comes up behind her, and he's not quiet, nor is he careful. And it's like...
Tess just yells after him and goes, "She's not Taylor." Just being like, "Please." Not everyone will react to you the same.
And it is exactly how that goes, as Ravnus flares her wings out in a hiss of absolute distaste.
Through my bond, I try to say, behave.
Persuasion check.
Calm down.
Oh gosh.
She is practically spitting blood on Drowza's face when she hisses.
He likes that, so that's flirting to him. What do you mean?
Yeah. Let me hold on a second. Let me see what it is.
Drowza blushes.
You flirt. Let's see. What is your?
Woo.
Like a 40 something.
Okay. It's actually 23.
Never mind. I'm mistaken.
Okay. With a 12, she doesn't even pay you a side glance. She is demanding that this food be hers and hers alone. And Drowza, not even really giving her a hiss in response, just begins to eat.
Honestly, that's probably for the best that he just ignores her display. Tess just turns and looks at Reshram and gives this like squint of like, why? It's like the sympathy look of like, why do we have the two assholes?
God help us all.
Has Zenith even tried to go?
Yeah, I'm also
Jordan.
curious about what Azuma thought of this when he came in.
Zenith would have followed Cyrus to the table and would have laid down next to him.
Okay.
She is
How
not.
did?
She might.
How did?
Huh?
How did Rav even react to that though? Like, did she just go, "What the fuck," and then just was like, "Okay, I guess," and then just keep eating, or like?
I'll get to it.
Okay.
She doesn't. She might be giving Ravnus a second chance, but she is also not going to pretend to be friends with her. So
That's fair.
she sits, talons crossed, and looking regal as fuck. She watches the impending battle, or one-sided battle, that might eventually go down. But Azuma, being the bully that he is, lumbers over to the carcass, and he is not as easily ignored.
Okay.
You can feel this assertion just emanate from him as he walks up behind Ravnus, and she notices and turns her attention to him, equal parts pissed and irritated that both these dragons have walked up on her kill, her meal, as it were. Azuma, staring her down with his fins flared, is clearly in threat posture. What do you and Reshram do to stop your dragons from potentially fighting?
Ah, sheesh. Tess just stands up and starts going over there.
I was curious
Hold on,
what
let me
Reshram's
read
gonna do, and then I'll.
Yeah. I was reading this.
You just hear her loudly sigh and then place both hands on the table and then give Reshram a look and be like, there's only one way to fix this, and then she immediately starts going over there.
All right. Let's do this. And he's still in human form, but he'll stand up, and you'll watch his body kind of shimmer, and his skin turns from white to this pale blue color as he changes into this kind of tall-ish looking Goliath, and he just starts walking over towards Ravnus.
Just gives you like a double take, like, and like makes this face of like, what the fuck? Like, like, hold on a minute, but then goes back to what she's doing. Like, she's not stressed about the situation. She's just tired because this is always what happens with her dragon.
I suppose roll me a history check, everybody but Reshram.
Okay. Not proficient. Is that okay?
That's fine. The
Alright.
DC is 12.
That ain't 12.
Wow.
I'm safe!
I'm not in the room, so.
Yeah, which, like I said, Tess just looks at him and goes, wait, something's
rolled a
different. Oh well.
17.
Actually, you rolled a 17. Okay. Cyrus, you would have heard stories of changelings. But you've never seen one. I mean, surely they never existed, right?
I don't know. He lived out in the wilderness for a little bit. He might have heard him. Right?
He's heard of. He's never seen one.
Oh. Okay.
You've heard tell of stories of beings who can change shape as if it was as easy as changing their clothes.
And I'm sorry, I might have missed it, but what tipped me off to this about?
I literally went from being a human to
A
Goliath.
He's transformed into a Goliath
Oh,
in front of our eyes.
Tess
holy.
just looks at him and goes, you drink a lot of milk recently?
He's heading towards his dragon right now.
Yeah.
I think Cyrus sees that and like mid sausage in his mouth, and he just kind of like
Phrasing.
he just breaks off the sausage and then puts it down and just watches.
He'll just look at you and he'll go, "No, it's just a spell." I'm gonna roll deception.
I'm gonna roll inside.
I'm gonna inspo that.
While
I'm
you're
gonna keep
rolling
walking.
this and trying to figure this shit out, Sunder, you finally come into the mess hall and you see dragons
Good
about
deception.
to fight.
Need advantage?
I back out of the battle. No. He's like completely in slow motion, like not slow motion, reverse. Just you hear beep, beep, beep as he backs up now.
I rolled a 16.
I rolled a
accidentally
26.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's all I see.
Okay.
Whoa, who's this stud?
You think it's a spell. You agree. You're like, okay, I must just be seeing things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So Reshram is marching over towards Ravnus.
Yep.
Merman isn't gonna say anything, but he will follow behind, and he's just very curious what you are doing. He is watching Azuma, but there's no fight immediately happening, and he's more curious in what's happening right now. So he's following closely behind Reshram.
Wings still flared as making her look bigger. She hisses and sways her head from side to side before promptly snapping her jaws inches in front of Azuma's face. This does not go over well, and Azuma lunges at her.
Oh, I thought I had it bad. Oh.
I'm not rolling great rolls tonight, so
It's funny. As they get closer, Tess has to inevitably walk closer to Rav, so she just gives Rav like a, excuse me, pardon me, and then she just I can't speak. You know the word I'm trying to say.
Uncharacteristically.
I've been having a really hard time. I feel like I'm getting fucking like dementia or some shit. Uncharacteristically, she usually is so like happy and like unbothered and everything, but she just points one finger at Draza and goes, "You," in like the most serious voice you've ever heard. Like, I feel like enough that even it would catch Salem's attention, because she does not speak like that ever, because she told him to be polite and he decided to be a little butthole instead, so now he's getting the treatment, the mommy treatment.
Roll intimidation check at advantage. All he wanted was a snack. A 19? Holy shit! With a mouthful of food, you just hear this puppy whistle whine as he turns around to face you.
And she's not, like, mad at him.
She's just disappointed.
Yeah, she finishes walking up to him, and then just, like, grabs him by the side of the face and goes, "I get you're excited, and you're really hungry, and sometimes that overpowers your noggin. But when I ask you to be careful, because you see that thing," and she turns around and points to the just absolute chaos that's happening between the other two dragons, and she looks back at me and she goes, "That could be you. That could be you right now, and I don't think you want to be in that position. So when I ask you to be nice, just a little bit, you don't have to be totally nice, but just some space. She's not Kaelinor. You can't be super friendly with them yet. Just listen." And then she just lets go of his face. And then promptly turns around to look at the absolute fucking chaos unleashing behind her.
Azuma may have rolled an 8, but Ravnus rolled a 1. And
Is this an attack?
yes.
Okay. I just want to say when Azuma lunges for Ravnus, Merman does not like tell him to stop or anything. In fact, he's going to run past Reshram, and he's going to try and help Azuma.
Tessa's gonna like interject and
When you say help, what do you mean by help?
just I don't know.
Merman is overcome with a need to help his dragon attack.
Tessa's just gonna ask, is there anything I can do? Like, do I need to help? Do you need my help?
You
Reshram,
see...
For short, he's gonna stab a bitch. That's what it.
Oh, this about to get real bad real quick.
Not necessarily stab,
Reshram.
but he is rushing to assist.
Reshram, you feel an almost overwhelming sense of fury as your dragon sends its mood down the line. you can either fight to compose yourself or give in to that.
We gonna fight. I control this bitch. This ain't happening.
Okay, go for it. Roll. Let me roll for what you need to beat.
Did Tess's offer of help get declined at all, by the way?
Didn't even hear you.
Okay,
Restroom
cool.
just...
So she turns back towards Drowza and like grabs him by one of the horns and is like, I get you're still hungry, but how about let's just move away for just a moment? And she just like urges him to the table where Salem and Cyrus are sitting.
I hate having to make you guys do so many rolls, but can you roll me a strength check to pull him away from the meat as he has his jaws wrapped around a huge chunk, like he's saying, not just one more.
Just normal or
normal strength check? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With a 21, you pull him and a piece of chunk with him, and begin walking him back to a safer corner of the mess hall. Anybody
She's patting him, assuring him he can go back to it, but she just doesn't want him to become a casualty.
Anybody who wasn't your chain has realized the danger that could potentially be in this room right now and has filed out in an expeditious rate.
Sunder moves out of the way like, what the fuck's going on?
Tessa sat back down next to Salem, and I'm gonna say that, I'm just gonna say that Drowza sat, laid next to her, head in lap, and she's just trying to keep his attention on not that.
Sunder, do you enter the room still, or are you just sitting at the doorway still?
I'm gonna say he's entered, and when people start filing out, he just moves to the side and, looks really confused, why is everyone leaving? I thought people
Tessa's gonna
food.
wave at Sunder.
He imitates the wave perfectly, speed and everything in which you wave. And also he gives a look to the dragons doing shit and just looks back and tilts his head.
She just shakes her head.
Then yeah, he's gonna try to just move over. Mind you, he's still covered in blood on his face and his hands. And try to sit down despite the chaos happening.
Corelight will follow you.
There's a chair next to Salem open.
There's
the chair next to Salem is open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Salem is is closer to the scuffle. She's in casting distance, basically.
Oh, did you get up?
Yeah, Salem is overseeing the conflict and waiting for anything serious to happen.
Tessa's still just watching. She's less stressed now that she's moved her dragon away, but she's still anxious that you've moved closer to it.
I can't hurt my dragon, it'll be alright.
You see when Sunder sits down, I will say he is going to, his forearm opens up a little bit and you see a little tube that he showed off before. He's just gonna aim that towards the ceiling a little bit while just watching the fight, and he's going to prep Firebolt to act as a distraction if shit gets really chaotic and just be okay, time to stop. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, let me put your dragons down so you know where to go. This
I'm
side,
assuming they're at what they were at last
Yes,
time.
this side over here does not have tables. It almost seems like a feeding pit for the dragons.
Yeah.
So, Azuma would be right here. Ravenous.
I'm gonna make a token for his face.
Okay.
I'll probably work on that today, just so that something a little bit better. I'll do one for Taylor too.
And
do you know the size? What a good size should be for the tokens, or does it not matter?
Honestly, as long as it's close up,
doesn't really matter.
Typical bust size.
Okay.
Yeah, the tokens, as long as it's not blurry, if it's bigger than 512 by 512, okay?
I know, I somehow made Drowza's fucking thing small, so I have to figure out how to scale it up without it being super pixelated.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't named Corelight. Oops. Corelight. All right. The rest of you get to your
what do I have to roll?
tables, and you both you both get to roll combat.
Well, you said because I'm trying to fight the
Oh,
rage of my dragon.
Right, that's right.
Can I set the scene for what's happening and say something to Reshram?
Yes, but let me, because I was supposed to do that. You have to beat a 9 to
And
fight.
what am I rolling?
You're rolling just a regular d20.
Where's
just a D-
Taylor at?
Okay.
Oh,
By the way.
thank you. Fucking hell. Taylor is with Salem, unless Salem moved without saying something.
Basically, I don't know as a player what the limit is that they recommend for
Because
dragons and
otherwise,
knights all at once.
I'd say Tess called Taylor over and was patting her lap too and being like, okay, come back, come over here instead. Like I have 2 hands.
It depends. If the room is at the designated no more dragons, then Salem would have been like, wait here, I will get you food.
1, 2, 3, 4. It should have been 4 dragons. So yes, but you are Ankari, and some of you get the sense of pride that you don't have to follow that, and that might be coming from your dragons.
Salem
Actually,
would follow that rule.
Sunder
that
just
rule.
doesn't
Try
know
to
or care.
convince at least. I will roll persuasion if it's
No,
necessary.
it's
to see
okay.
it.
She is staying at the door. She is within view, but she is small enough that people can get past her if need be.
And a runt ass of a heish.
But because of the sound of aggression coming from within the mess hall, she is keeping an eye on Salem now. You have to roll a regular d20. Russian,
I
you
rolled
rolled a
13.
13. Okay, you do not succumb to her fury. And keep a clear head.
Okay, and now what were you saying?
Merman wanted to say.
Yeah,
and
Merman.
Yeah, so Merman, like I said, he jumped up there. I do want to say he's not wearing any armor right now. But he does have his weapons belt. He's got that kind of loose fitting shirt. But he jumps up and kind of circles around back of Ravnus. And he's taking the dodge action actively.
Okay.
And using his master of tactics to split the attention of Ravnus here and provide advantage to Azuma for this combat. But he will look at Reshram as he's preparing for this, and he has got a crazy look in his eye. He kind of looks like he wants this to happen, but he says, Reshram, control your dragon. We are a chain, but I will defend my bonded dragon.
Tess is putting bacon slowly into her mouth and then grabbing another slice and bringing it down towards Drowza, feeding it to him and then back and forth while they're watching.
So as Reshram's walking over towards the dragons, and you say that he's got this changed look on his face. Before he was kind of that, awkward, kind of scared, trying to give people oh yeah, fucking dragon, what am I supposed to do, But now he's got this cold stare in his eyes, and he's looking at you. He looks at the dragons, and he goes, well, why don't you muzzle your mutt? And he'll walk up to Ravnus, and he'll put his hand on Ravnus's chest, and he'll go, now you need to calm down. And he'll engrave a seal right in the center of Ravnus's chest. And he goes, now, before it hurts. And I want to intimidate Ravnus.
Intimidate at advantage.
Cyrus is looking at this, and he's going through his book,
26.
and he is seeing this happening, and he's flipping to the page to prepare a certain spell just in case this gets out of hand. He has taken calm emotions today.
Okay, same. Well, I'm literally over there. Like, Tess is literally like muttering under her breath while gripping her amulet right now.
I mean Salem.
Doing it
His
again.
name. God damn.
So we're just so used to saying each other's names on our own.
I know.
Okay.
Um,
Azuma has his, like, he's fucking tall when he has lifted his neck.
Sorry.
Almost the same length as Ravenous's wingspan, lifting skyward. But as Reshram does what he does, she actually seems to back down, head lowered. Although her teeth are shown and she looks furious, she backs off.
Now mine is taken care of. Settle yours.
Okay. What is Azuma doing as a response to what has happened with?
He is walking her down. As she
Not giving up.
as she backs up, he is walking forward, neck in an S formation, as if he is about to strike again.
All right. He will walk between them. And look up at Azuma and just say, Azuma, give her a chance. And then he will, we're like standing by a pile of meat, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna grab a meat, like one of these big hunks of meat, and try and drag it away from the pile.
Roll me a strength check.
Oh, fuck. Strength. Just raw strength?
Just raw strength.
Yikes. Well,
Love it.
9.
So this is a broken open carcass. What part are you grabbing exactly? Are you just grabbing a piece of wet chunk of bloody meat, or are you trying to grab like...
Oh, I thought it was like hunks of like legs and torsos.
No,
and
it
shit like
looks
that,
as
just
if
not-
somebody had their dragon drag a once living animal
okay.
inside. And
I
kill it.
misunderstood how big these things were.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, no grabbing of meat. He's stepped between them, and he's telling Azuma to give her another chance and not pursue this.
Okay, now roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Just raw persuasion.
If he attacks, let it go through. I have something cool.
Too bad.
I couldn't stop Azuma.
Yeah, damn. Too
Sorry, that
I
was
had
a good
something
roll.
so dope ready too.
Azuma backs off a little, enough for him to lengthen out his neck to lower it to Merman's level. Both dragons seem to have backed off and are no longer showing signs of aggression to each other. You avoided a fight. Congratulations.
Merman sort of rolls his shoulders and just looks at Reshram, and this isn't how I thought our morning would start.
You're telling me.
Does it?
Your room, Ravnus. He'll point out the door.
She rushes out of there, jumping up and over the balcony and out the door.
Merman just sort of looks this very tall Goliath man now up and down. Yeah. Because you were like, what, 5 foot or something before? 5 foot something?
I was like 5'8". I'm 6'8".
Right. So he was a little taller than you before, and now you're taller than him. It's just like, it's a neat trick.
Yeah, magic can be used for everything.
And he just sort of gestures at the meat and looks at Azuma. All yours.
At the moment.
He, with a smug expression, as much as a dragon can give, he saunters over to the meat and begins eating.
I mean mug the fuck out of that dragon as I walk away.
Tess is just rolling, draws his head back and forth in her lap, like picking at the shed skin around his horns and stuff. Waiting patiently for it to be over.
Sunder leans over to Tess and is just like points up to the Goliath, the tube in his hand still sticking out, and is just like, "Who is the big guy?"
She looks up from what she is doing, and then to Sunder, and then back over to where they're at, and then she like has to think for a moment because like it hasn't been that much time since they met each other. Oh wait, did Sunder not meet Resham?
No, he was sitting at the table with them, and they had the whole conversation with what are you best at in battle. But
Yeah, I was
Oh,
also a
okay.
human. I was also a human.
Oh,
and I'm a Goliath,
okay, alright. She just like makes a like an awkward hand gesture. Guy was with us before, was small, now tall.
you see Sunder's lenses get metal plates over them to act like eyebrows, and they squint. And just like nod.
I don't ask questions.
I do ask questions.
Well, then go ask. I mean, worst he's gonna tell you is nothing.
He, without another word, stands up like really quickly, and footsteps thudding goes over to talk to the big dude. I can't choose him. Correlite is on top of
Oh,
him.
I'm sorry.
He's being smothered by Corelite.
Tess, recognizing that the biggest problem dragon has left the room, turns back to Trezor and goes, "Okay, please at least subconsciously remember some of the stuff I have asked of you." And then goes, and then claps her hands together and goes, "Okay, break." And just lets him get up and go back to the food.
He goes. He's like, "Oh, food, back again, yes." Salem, are you in the way of his stride?
No.
Okay, then he goes.
Even then, he's careful around her. So.
He takes a wide berth around Azuma and goes to the far end of the carcass. What are the rest of you doing?
Sunder's gonna walk up to the big man and point the tube in his arm towards him and go, "Are you an enemy?"
And then she's gonna give Sunder that thumbs up again.
He looks around.
Merman
You
looks
talking to
between the
me?
two. Well, are you?
Clearly not. I'd let my dragon tear into you if I was.
Appreciated. Your dragon is greedy, though.
We have a lot to work on.
Sunder looks to Meyer and just goes, "Is this guy an enemy?"
I
I
was.
think he's an enemy.
We talked yesterday.
You look different.
Right.
How long does that bell last?
Until I drop it. I have to recast it to look like I did before. This is my real form.
All right. Well,
The tube
whatever
goes
that
back.
means.
The tube goes back into Sunder's arm. His hand screws back on, and he just says "noted" and turns around and goes back to Corelight and where his chair is.
I looked at Merriman and I go, that guy's weird.
Yeah. Agreed. What's wrong with his hand?
I don't think
was
he's
that?
human. I don't think he's a living creature.
The man
His-
who just shapeshifted into an even
Not
larger
living.
man thing. Thunder is weird.
He just chopped off his arm and has mechanical arms that have
It-
hands that can screw
We don't know
on and
that.
off.
We don't know that.
Is there anything that Cyrus is doing right now? He's
Existing.
aside from being calm as fuck.
Yeah, he just kind of sat back, watching all that happen, making sure that the both riders handled that themselves. But I did want to say that for breakfast, he has gotten 3 plates full of food stacked on top of each other, and 2 of those are a snack for Zenith, as the other dragons were at the carcass first and she couldn't fully have breakfast.
So you've been feeding her snacks while they've been arguing, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like he set one plate in front of her, and then when she was gobbled that up, the other plate was right in front of her as well.
Not the problem child.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
As-
I think at some point in the middle of all that commotion, he would have sent just one feeling or one word to her, and be like, "Savages."
Hey, Drowsa. I feel like Drowsa would have probably been fine. He probably would have been grumped at and yelled at. But it was the other one that caused the shit show.
Fucking, as we're walking back to the table, I look at Miriam and I go, "I'll return momentarily." I head out and go back to my room.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. See you later.
Where are you going?
Oh,
I have a dragon to tend to.
Oh.
did Zenith say anything to the comment?
Zenith?
Where's Salem going?
She actually rumbled a laugh. Like, it was very obvious she was laughing.
Okay, good. It was, yeah. All right, cool.
But afterwards, she stands up and she also lumbers over to the carcass and shows up alongside Azuma on his left side. But far enough down the line that he doesn't feel the need to assert dominance over her as well.
Yeah. Good.
Cool. All right. And then Rushram went to go tend to Ravenous, so it's just us 5.
Yep.
Yeah, they can RP and we can do mine last.
Well,
Nope, go ahead, sorry.
But,
I was just gonna say that because she has eaten, Coraline doesn't seem to be hungry. She seems to just want to be around Sunder.
That is fair. Sunder also doesn't feel like eating. So he's enjoying the company.
okay. So after things have calmed down, I think Cyrus would address the whole group. Well, that was not a morning I expected, but
Burp.
glad it's over.
Bracing.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
morning.
Apologies, I was caught up in the moment.
I would advise not doing that again.
I was not in control of all the moving pieces. If I was, then it wouldn't have happened.
You know what? It gets the heart going, wakes you up the rest of the way.
Right. I think that man's dragon is liable to kill him.
Yeah. I think that man's dragon is liable to kill all of us.
Why? I do not know why it's so unruly. They should be bonded. Does that not come with some sort of trust?
Bonded.
We would
Yes,
have known
bonded.
that we would know his dragon species and that it's like fucked up, right?
Yes, we
considering.
were,
that.
Okay, all
we
right,
were
yeah.
told exactly what.
All right, I'm just double checking. Bad memory. I mean, I'm sure with how fucked up his dragon is, probably has something to do with it. I mean, the difference is not, sorry for the pun, but night and day.
Sunder awkwardly
Quite.
laughs.
Literally
Ha, ha.
night and day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that his dragon used to be a soul, so
I can imagine whatever happened to make it the way it is was probably so extremely traumatizing that now that it's having some form of normalcy in its life, probably just doesn't know how to act.
I mean, you look at Zenith, and then you look at Ravnus, and that's the difference sunlight can do to a soul.
We can only hope that as she's exposed to the sun more and more, that maybe those damages can be lessened.
If the dragon wants that.
Not true.
Maybe I can make a lamp.
She
A
laughs.
warm lamp.
Well, I mean, if anything, I've personally not seen anything like that all my years traveling. So,
A
Worst
lamp
case
like the
scenario.
sun.
well, best case scenario, this is just prime time to, I guess, learn about it. Learn about her biology, and who knows if this is even anything that's actually been recorded. We could be the first ones to record something like this.
Oh, are you a studious type?
No.
Oh.
She like shakes her head.
Disappointed.
Well, there's the
I
first
do my
problem
best.
with your plan.
I do my best.
I'm sure the priestess is very
Probably on
interested
that.
in. Yeah, has probably exactly.
Well, you know, it'll at least be fun. I can't say that out of all the groups of people I've traveled with that any were more entertaining than the one I'm with now.
Is that a compliment?
I'd say so.
Sounded like one.
Compliment appreciated.
Absolutely. I want to say Merman. So he's wearing this loose shirt. So it's got like a wide V-neck. You can see like a bunch of scars on his chest that sort of radiate like a spider web.
Ooh.
Oh.
But
That's
it's
a Scarlet
just-
as fuck too, so hey,
Yes,
related.
there is. Yeah, just below the collar, and kind of the rest is covered. But he will lean in and look at Sunder, and he's kind of looking at you curiously. He's like,
Sunder looks directly at you.
"Is that armor heavy?"
Describe heavy. Heavy is subjective, depending on the person.
True. I only ask because you're wearing all of your armor. It's quite a substantial suit. Do you wear it all the time?
Is this an advancement, as they say?
That's just fucking laughs her head off.
Are Warforged common in this world?
No.
I
Or
don't think so.
Absolutely
Uh,
not.
The last
Okay.
player
This
was the
guy.
first one, and he is the first one as well. So,
Okay.
remember, your Edric, whatever his name was, he was at Warforged.
Right.
Okay.
So, retconning that, Sunder is now the first Warforged. You will have not seen one. In fact,
Yeah.
it's
I'm
very
playing it like that.
yeah, it's confusing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's like, he just thinks this guy's wearing a shit ton of armor, and he
Mhm.
like woke up in the morning and put all this armor on, and he's just like, what?
She's
Are
gonna
you
point that
doing?
out, actually. And Tessa's gonna look into it and be like, so how long does that take you to put on exactly every morning and take off
And aren't-
every night before bed.
And aren't you just really hot in there?
Yeah.
Not very. I have. And he, like, pauses for a good moment, trying to think of, like, what would a human say? I have added cooling into my suit, and it takes
Okay.
about an hour, 32 minutes, and 32 seconds.
I have a better question.
Wait, what?
How do
Everyone
you go
just
to the
looks
bathroom?
confused.
What do you need? What do you do when you need to go to the bathroom?
He squints again, pauses, and then just goes. He recalls a joke that he heard from long ago from a in like a bar, and he just goes, like that.
Oh.
All right.
Like
You
what?
know. Huh. I think you just did.
You just go in the suit.
Ha ha. Just kidding. I didn't do that.
She like
Okay.
leans over backwards in her chair a little bit to like inspect the floor for puddles.
You
You
know,
see nothing but dripping blood from his face and hands.
Alright.
How big was
Aw.
that meat chunk that he put in his,
I was thinking like the size of like the palm of someone's hand.
Okay, it wasn't bloody enough for him to have leaked blood out his shoes.
But I mean like tearing the arm off. And then when he like wasn't eating it, but he like shoved the leg against his face.
Yeah, the blood has been dried
You've just got
sticky by now.
streaks. You just got
Okay.
streaks.
Yeah, he's got dried streaks
Of
Huh.
blood?
Of blood.
And there is a smell of meat coming from within.
you know,
Have you
Blood.
taken
Funny
a
story.
shower today? Have you bathed yet today?
I sat by a pond.
Did you get in the pond?
I did not need to. Why would I need to be in the pond?
That
Oh.
is how one bathes themselves, yes.
Noted.
especially when you're outside.
I think it's more that your armor is a little dirty, possibly from the blood from poachers, or don't you have
Oh,
to
that was
oil
cleaned
up
off
the
long
metal?
ago.
What?
What is
Oh.
that one from
you
then?
missed a spot, right?
She like leans over Salem to like squint and like look closer at you. Like leans over Salem in her chair.
Sunder like leans back a little bit.
Tess is like absolutely not, and like grabs whatever. I don't know if you're wearing like cloth or something like around you or anything like that.
He's wearing a cloak over his head.
Oh, she
and
just grabs the corner of that and like pulls you back into position.
just standing there, just leaning in like, why are you inspecting me?
She immediately just like licks her thumb, wipes it across your faceplate, and then puts it back in her mouth and thinks for a second.
Oh, fucking gross.
Tastes like elk blood.
She's figuring it out. And before you hear like a long, oh, okay. She just sits back down. Just absolutely not giving anybody the answer as to what the fuck just happened.
Tess understands.
I think after that happens, Cyrus is just, I actually talked to this one noble guy who was he liked to wear a full plate of armor and take his retainers around everywhere. Said he was
Sure.
a bit of an adventurer.
Very protective.
And one point of conversation was,
Is this gonna get kinky?
no, it's not actually. But we got into a deep discussion about what happens if he has to go in the middle of a fight. And
Depending on the fight, sometimes you just go and you don't have control about it at all, and you just have to keep going
Exactly.
and pretend like it never happened.
and he bragged about having his retainers clean up after him.
That's
So
He
yeah.
sounds like someone I would kill.
yeah, or at least punch in the face. a
he
few
was not
times.
he was not a pleasurable conversationalist, but
No.
Yeah, sounds.
He paid
Unpleasant
me
to be
good
around.
money for doing stuff for him. So
I mean,
What
as long as you walked out of there.
kind of things?
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Oh
Side eye.
no.
As he
Plastic
squints,
side
and,
eye.
and you see the little tube in his hand come out again.
listen, I was a survivalist before I was incarcerated, and so I provided survivalist services, things that people needed to survive out in the wilderness when they needed to camp. I was good at building collapsible shelters, good at fixing boats when I had the materials to do so. Basic stuff like that.
Tess just aggressively nods and is like, I get that. All right, I understand.
The tube goes back into his hand, and he just goes, "So you are a carpenter?"
No, I'm actually a jeweler by trade. That's what I know the most.
Yeah, I've seen some of
A
his work.
jeweler?
It's quite good.
A jeweler, huh? That'll be
Yeah.
handy. That'll be handy for later, you know. Wink, wonk. She like
Alright.
elbows Salem.
Are you?
Are
any
you
of
attacking friend Salem? Sorry, continue.
Salem like
Are any of you
leans forward into her
familiar with the northern coast of Lake Mirabli?
Can't say I've been there myself.
Sunder just blinks.
Right. Well,
I can't remember at this point. Been a long time since I've been able to, you know. Do
well,
much
if
of
you're
anything.
ever in that area in the future, my family owns a jewelry shop up there. My father would be able to cut and appraise any gem you bring.
Oh. So we can bring our own materials. We don't have to. They can do customs then.
Of course, that's what I was trained to do. So
Hester
I mean,
keeps nodding,
if-
just aggressively and weirdly interested in this conversation for no reason at all.
Well, what do they
uh,
need your father for then?
Winks
Well,
again.
You can do it.
Exactly. I would say that, you know, if we needed any gems cut and sized, I could do that.
Did your room come with tools, things like that? Mine is filled with them.
Well, I have my own set, but I'm sure if I'd ask or require it. I don't really know how these rooms work, though.
So
Yeah,
strange.
I don't know how they fit that much into one room. Honestly.
There's
the time
obviously
to-
something magical about it.
I took the time to explore. My room seems to be on an island somewhere. I have no idea where.
It doesn't look like when flying in. It doesn't look anything like what we saw coming in.
Oh, I didn't fly, but it went around the island along the shore, circled it, and I saw no land on the horizon.
Damn. Okay.
Just in the middle of a sea of blue.
I mean, mine's caves and cliffs.
It is either.
I'm literally on a cloud.
A
That is my-
cloud?
You
Yeah.
could say you're on cloud 9. Huh.
It-
A cloud. You can stand on a cloud.
Sounds like I have to go to your room later. I want to walk on a cloud.
Well, I'm
Cloud party.
I suppose if you're interested in my room, I think I could show that to you.
I think I would be.
Tess gets
Alright,
like the immediate like the immediate vibe that there's something else happening here.
Merman turns to Cyrus and winks at him with the eye that isn't facing the other party members.
Oh my
Thunder
God.
understands nothing.
Tess just like laughs. Okay, maybe you guys get the cloud room party first. I'll join later.
Cloud party sounds fun.
Cyrus just is quiet now.
Just remember to sanitize. Just please remember to
Everyone just
sanitize the
smiles.
cloud before I come in. Thank you.
What are you implying?
Am I not implying?
Where do you shit?
Oh my god.
Literally, Sunder blurts that out.
Oh my God, you actually said it. Alright. That's just taken aback. And it's just like...
What?
She
Is that
herself
not-
doesn't even know what to say to that. She just keeps... I'm just gonna say she's buttering a piece of toast or something. She just keeps doing that instead.
Sunder's just like, I thought that was an acceptable question to ask.
You know, depends on who you're asking.
And where? Here? Where would we shit here, or where
On
would
the
we shit
On the
on
cloud.
the cloud?
Does it just
I don't
fall
know.
to the ground?
You know, that is
What if
true.
someone's
Edge, I
unfortunate?
guess.
Do you have a bathroom in there?
I
Toilet RP! Toilet RP!
Do you have a
I
shower?
do-
Do you have anything? Do you
there-
just sleep on
there
the
is-
cloud?
there is a bed on the cloud. I know that much.
That means there's a toilet on the cloud.
I really didn't.
Do you know how scary that would be?
I
To
know
have
there's
to
a
shit
hole.
and you're just looking straight down through a cloud.
I know there's a hole in the cloud that goes down because when I entered the room,
So you would
Zenith
just have to
entered-
squat over this hole to shit and hope you don't slip into said hole? Into the
This
shit
is
hole?
all questions that I don't have the answer to, and not just yet. I will have to investigate my room further.
I'm sure Zenith could catch him.
Please do and get back to
She
us. 'cause
fell
I
through
need to
the
know
hole.
more about this shit
I
hole.
will say that Zenith did enter the room through the hole the first time that we
Oh.
checked out the room.
So you enter through the hole and shit through the hole. I get
Enter
it.
through the toilet.
A hole of
don't think that
multi-purposes.
happens.
We like
You've
that.
entered through the shithole.
Cyrus, you get the memory that it doesn't seem like it's a hole. You could assume you are on a cliff that is above the
Oh.
clouds. That is how Zenith is getting around.
Right. Yeah. So it wasn't actually a hole. It was more of like there's a cliff edge.
Ah. So you
And
shit
I'm-
off the side of the cliff. I've been there. I've done that. I get that.
Yeah.
Well, I did not do that.
You're missing out.
It's really freeing.
Yeah.
Well,
Taylor getting bored is going to walk in and come over here to you.
Yeah,
Salem.
I was gonna say that like during that whole time that Salem was away, Salem was like getting Taylor situated with like any food or anything, and but like after Ravnus left, that Taylor would have just like let Salem would have let Taylor do kind of just whatever.
Okay. She will wait for the biggest dragons to finish eating before she goes over there herself. However, while is this conversation coming to a close?
That's a little bit of a
We're all
shit
essentially
storm,
just
you know?
shooting the shit.
Okay, well, while you all are shooting the shit, meanwhile, we're
all
going to
sitting
go
off
to
a cliff.
restroom.
Wait.
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 Holy
Oh.
shit.
No.
Restroom. You have
Pun
now made it back to
It's
your room.
Dick.
My eyeballs.
I love it.
See, where do you shit in there then? That's...
Wherever I please.
Oh,
The worms
I'm-
take care of it.
I am not going into your room.
You know I said that.
You're dropping depth charges.
That's a fucking landmine.
And you'll know whether it was me or my dragon, depending
I
on the
don't-
size.
Well, I mean, considering how huge you just got, I really hope I can tell. I really don't. I'm not about to fucking tell the difference the way that I told the blood on Sunder's faceplate. So
You have made it back to your room, Reshram, and inside, Ravnus lay curled up and grooming her golden claws with an attitude, no less. And especially as you come in, she shoots you a look.
I just stare at her, cold-faced, and I walk up towards her at a normal walking speed, and I go, "Listen, I know you're angry. I know they're fools. We're proud creatures, you and I. We don't bow our heads to anybody. But we do let the peasants eat. They deserve the right to have their food." I keep walking up to her, like eventually ending up like right in front of her.
She she snaps her jaws together in a warning, but she does not lunge at you.
I know you have been through probably hell, but we need to work on letting them think that they are your equal. We can all be friends, and I do the air quotes. But more importantly, you and I need to develop respect. We have to work together. After all, my god has sent me to find you, so therefore, this is non-negotiable.
She stares him down. She's not looking away, but she knows his words are truth. And he can visibly see her muscles relax. And she lets out a wing as she just kind of flops on her side and looks at him as if to say, while you're right, I don't give a shit.
Yes, yes. You are aloof. Don't worry, though. Our time will come. And I reach down to pat her on the head.
Although
I'm
although she shows her teeth at you, she does lower her head and lets you make contact. She almost seems slightly a bit more respectful after what you did. Slightly. I mean, like a smidgen slightly.
Hey, that's all I need is a smidgen. Now, if we go back, can you behave yourself?
A long hiss emits from her throat, as if to say, no promises.
I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to.
That actually gets a laugh from her. She gets up and leaves you behind, so if you follow, you follow.
Soon. And as we're walking back, I'll turn back into the human.
Okay.
And we go back to the main dining room.
Alright.
I guess at this point, we would come walking back in.
Okay, let me get your tokens.
Again, I am once again human, not the Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
By now, Salem would have finished eating way before everyone else because she is when it comes to food, she is a very business relationship with food.
You ate faster than Sunder?
Oh yeah.
Even though you ate faster, Tessa's still trying to feed you every now and again.
Salem's actually like,
I'm dismissed. What the fuck?
well, I'm not done yet, Jesus. But Salem is actually like writing or like something in her notebook at the table. But when Reshiram does come in, she actually looks up and gives him like a genuinely like warm smile. Are you feeling better?
Yes, we are quite all right now.
Good.
You seem to calm down.
I can't imagine what your dragon has been through. And as much as it may seem like we own them, these bonds, they are our partners, and their vulnerabilities become ours.
I've never felt like I've owned Zenith.
Well, I don't quite own my dragon. I will not be pushed around by my dragon, if that makes sense.
Tess looks over to Drezza and goes, I kind of own him.
I view Azuma as a partner.
Coralite just followed me home.
I'd shoot a look over and be like, if I let him think that, if I let him think over too much, how well do you see that going for me?
Sometimes I can't tell which one of you two is more the beast.
Mumin, I hope I can say this without ruffling any feathers, and I mean this in like the most respectful way.
Sure.
It seems to me like your dragon controls you more than you control.
Oh, really?
Oh.
I don't
I
mean
don't
that
think that's the case
disrespectful.
at all.
You just,
One second, my music is super loud.
I'm sorry. I thought I'm
no,
sorry.
no, it's
No, it's me,
it's
me.
per person. Like my music's
Oh.
quiet because I have it turned down. Yeah, it's
Okay.
It's a setting that we have to change ourselves.
Because it gives me a base volume, so I thought that base
That's for
volume
you.
is what it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
You're
for
doing-
you.
We're doing good. This one
Okay.
was just a little louder than the last one, so I had to readjust it.
This is also.
I could still hear
No.
He's just a little sassy, you know?
him.
He's just sassy.
Listen,
I mean, to be fair, Drezza probably would be the same way if he was a little bit, you know, and she like leans in and like covers her mouth a bit and whispers, smarter.
and what I mean by that is, it seems like you wanted to attack my dragon instead of stopping yours.
right.
Whereas my first thought was stop my dragon, and there was no issue.
I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. Do you know the bonding process?
I do.
I've bonded with Azuma on a mental level.
Mhm.
Sometimes there's a bit of overlap.
Right.
But what I was saying, Azuma and I are partners. And I am going to protect him over your dragon or you.
Well, of course, I understand that, but I would protect my dragon as well. However, if we stop the dragons, there's no need to protect anybody from anybody.
Right. Your dragon was acting out of line.
Yes,
Not
and
mine.
we have discussed it. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. Honestly, you are right. But mine snapped, I stopped it. Yours snapped, you helped it. That's just all I'm saying.
Tess has like a genuine fondness for all animals, so she is just looking at Rav and admiring it, and she gives Rav like a little wave, like a welcome back wave.
Like a cat staring down its food, she just looks at you.
Absolutely, Tess is not scared of like any of the dragons in this room, so she is not fazed by it at all.
Which
Go ahead.
let me
Speaking of-
move the dragons real quick. They
Like
are
she's
moving.
she's emanating like actual like, you know, kindness kind of thing.
Mhm.
Like she might not be bonded, but she is like being genuine in the like welcome back kind of feeling.
Right. And while she does so, Drowsa comes back, belly full, sluggish. He lays down with his head pushing her away from the table, but in his lap. Or in her lap, sorry.
You hear the like awful wood sound of like the chair scratching against the floor for a minute.
Yep. As he gets his head comfortable, and he is first to break away from the carcass, as he was pretty much second to it and the one to eat most.
Listen, Tess is determined to pet Rav. She will do it.
Following shortly after is Azuma himself.
She'll pet everyone's dragon.
Yeah, I have one more thing to say to Reshram.
Okay.
But before you say it, Reshram's body language has changed. He is now back to being like that, kind of like standoffish, like not trying to fight or argue guy. He's kind of made himself smaller.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively.
I do see what you're trying to say, Reshram, and I will consider it, but I had to make a stand.
I'm not faulting you for that.
Your dragon seems to need to be shown when it is doing wrong.
Of course.
Or needs to be stood up to. I don't want your dragon to think that me or any of us can be pushed around. We are a team.
Of course, and I don't want that to happen either. But if
shrug.
we constantly fight at each other when this happens, there will be no progress made as a team.
I mean, I could be pushed around a little bit, but they have to let me pet them first.
That was my intention in standing up now, before we get deeper into this relationship.
We fucking or fighting?
We have to set boundaries, you know?
Salem does say that.
And I look at Ravnus, I go, you can eat. But remember what I said.
The armor stays on during sex.
Well, listen.
Did Sunder actually say that?
No, that was.
Oh, okay, damn.
The truck nuts moment.
Tess was gonna ask, do you even know what sex is?
My turn? Are we done?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you're finishing up
Cyrus
dragons,
has something
right?
to say.
Okay. Do you want me to get the dragons out of the way first, or do you...
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is like moving on.
If
Type of
you've
conversation.
given Ravnus permission to go eat, as she does so, she's going to pass by Azuma. She will glare at Azuma as she passes, and he will give her that typical draconic sneer that he seems to emanate as so well. As if to say, I got you good.
I give Ravnus the feeling of superiority through the bond, like you're better, don't worry about it.
Little shit stirrer.
She flicks her tail and just barely misses Azuma's forehead as he ducks. But he doesn't seem to take offense to it. He's full and he's ready to lay down next to his Ankari. He knows he won.
And the day has just begun.
But of course, she is now going to come up beside Zenith. Cyrus, what do you do?
He'll watch. He'll keep his eye on those two being at the same location. Hello?
Hold on.
Yes?
Okay. I thought she was coming back, but if she's either full.
She is last to the carcass, and thus she will want to eat just a little bit longer. But But she rolled really high and does not seem to mind Ravnus. In fact, actually, she tries really hard to do as Cyrus suggested, and gives her a nose whistle that would otherwise be a sign of welcome.
Then as soon as he sees that, he'll turn to the rest of the group. Anyway, speaking of bonding, how I saw, or rather Merman and I saw each other bond our dragons. How did you guys end up bonding with your dragons, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh boy.
What did you do to earn their bond?
Well, mine's a complicated story, you could say. I found poachers. They had a bunch of souls in the cave, and all were dead but this one. I killed them, and I guess that earned me enough favor for the bond, maybe, I suppose.
Oh, so kind of like how Merman earned his bond with Azuma.
Yes, very similar.
See?
Cyrus will look towards Sunder.
Sunder looks to him. Yes.
Did your dragon just really just follow you? And
It
that's
seems
how
so.
you bonded?
I don't think he
Do
has
not
reason to lie.
understand the question.
How did you find your dragon?
Well, after I came to this island, think of an idea. Sunder doesn't actually say that. That's just me actually trying to think of an idea, because I've actually been stuck on trying to think of how they met.
We don't need to pressure him. We can come back when he's more comfortable.
He does just pause, and you hear like the sound of a hard drive trying to find the right spot on where the data's found. That sort of sound. As he just stands there, and then just repeats, "I do not understand the question."
Are you?
Interesting.
No. Hold on.
I'm
What
holding.
was that
What was what?
sound?
My armor.
Gas.
Insight check.
That's not the sound of armor I've ever heard.
Insight check. Can I insight check that?
Yeah, you can insight check anything. If he said it, you can insight check it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna roll for deception?
+1. Hell yeah. Let's
I'm
go.
gonna
I
roll for
rolled-
insight too.
I rolled a 19. 11 plus 8.
See, you have the bonus.
I rolled an
of-
18.
You have the bonus of the fact that Tess just.
You know what? Can I use inspiration?
You can
Can?
use inspiration whenever you feel you need to reroll.
You know what? That's a high chance I wouldn't re-roll higher than that, so.
It's a gamble game. You gonna
It
do it or
is.
you gonna not?
You know, I got 2 inspiration. You know what? I don't care. It'd be funny if
It
they
just
found
means
out.
you need to roleplay more. Roleplay more to get more inspiration.
True. Yeah, I'll do it. Put my inspiration down by 1. And watch this, it's gonna be a 1.
You got 10 less than you did before.
Good job.
You,
Good job.
despite having not having facial expressions, you go from holding your poker face to all of a sudden looking like you need to check yourself. Like, did I do something that they would have seen? How dare?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You see him, like, check over his body, like, squinting, like, did I forget something?
We all hold our secrets. Is yours dangerous, is all I'm asking you?
Dangerous. Yes, I am dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Are you hiding something that is dangerous and not telling us about it?
Are you a bomb?
Of course, I am hiding many secrets. As you see, both of his hands have tubes come out of them. You see his eyes glow green. You see, literally
Right.
like rope come
Don't
out
give
of
a
his
fuck.
hand. You
Okay.
see,
What?
you see,
What-
like
Fucking
as like
chill.
all of the components come out of his armor as he like shows off all the weird compartments he
Okay,
has.
I
What
want armor
percent-
that does that.
What percentage of you is flesh?
Where can I buy armor that does that is the real question.
I think that's
It is not for
him.
sale.
I don't think
Oh.
that's armor.
Who else is in the mess hall?
There, well, because of the fight that was impending, a lot of people left. In fact, it's really just you, except for one that seems to be standing on the opposite side of the
Yeah, I saw that motherfucker.
the bar or whatever the fuck the food
Mm-hmm.
the buffet.
The buffet.
Merman and Cyrus would recognize him.
It's a bartender.
Yeah, he's the tavern owner from the entrance of Camp Quoth. But he
You
seems
know-
to be unbothered and just tending to the food.
I suppose it doesn't really matter, as long as you don't mean us harm, right?
I do not mean you harm if you do not mean me harm. Or
Right.
correlate.
Then
Or
we're all good
the
here.
rest of the party.
Yes, clearly.
And to answer your question, I am about 11.75% flesh.
That is oddly specific. We can move on.
Does that include the elk out of
Sorry, recalculating. 12.27% flesh.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
You know, that's a
Anyway.
lot to learn in like such a very short amount of time.
I have no idea what the man is talking about.
I need some time. I need some time to unpack that. But moving on, Salem, how'd you bond with Talenor? That's the name of your dragon, yes?
Yes. Sam like kind of like scribbles her notebook in her notebook a second and then just like sets it down. That's so I'm trying to figure out if I really am at this point, because sometimes I feel like there's not much of a connection there. But really, I just spent a few days climbing, and she was there, and she just looked right through me, and that was it.
All right. As Zenith comes back to the table, Cyrus will take out one of those not so brilliant gems that we found on one of the poachers, cast light on it, and basically give it to Zenith right there.
I'm sorry, what?
We came across like a bag of gems off of one of the poachers.
Yes.
Yeah. And they were all different brilliance, I guess.
Yes.
So he takes a lesser one and just casts light on it and just offers it to Zenith if she wants it.
While she doesn't really have anywhere to keep it, she does take it and puts it down and admires it between her claws.
Perfect. He turns to Tess, and you've been bonded with Well, how did? I don't think we've ever seen a dragon like Drowsa in this part. I don't understand how that bond came to be. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, he specifically is from the mountains, kind of like northeast of Tanglewood, where my home is.
So wait, hold on. You didn't bond with Drowsa here?
No,
Thank you.
no, no. I didn't do that magic-y special bonding thing until recently,
I see.
when I was, force enrolled into all of this.
Okay.
Essentially, it kind of just boils down to, I like to be out by myself a lot in general nature. The cliff sides are not something I'm uncommon with, especially since it's not uncommon for me to get a lot of customers that need very specific things that grow in very specific locations. And I had known of I guess you could say, flock of wyverns that kind of preoccupied the area for a while. Wasn't intentionally looking for him. He found me. I can't say it was anything like what you guys experienced, because it wasn't magical. It turned into at least a month-long back and forth cat and mouse game of him trying to eat me. Essentially,
Wow.
he hunted me for a very long time. And she shows her arms, like unbuttons her tunic a bit, and you just see that she's like also riddled with a lot of really deep scars. Basically, all of these are from him. It essentially became
Merman
a
looks
game.
impressed.
It essentially became a game of more so physical prowess versus bonding, and I guess the last moment finally boiled down to, they had to wrestle him, I guess. He finally had enough of the waiting and went after me, and it essentially came down to like a fun version, I guess a life and death version of rodeo. And that's how I got most of these scars. And then after that, he found out that I wasn't going to be food, and he, instead of stalking me for digestive purposes, it became stalking of curiosity purposes, and it just went from there. So we have not been bonded to each other I'm still figuring out the magical aspect side of it. We've just been companions with each other. Normally, I speak to him as I would any other person, and we kind of just went off of mutual trust instead of being able to actually feel each other's emotions or gauge each other's thoughts.
Interesting.
Like I said, I can't tell which one of them is more the beast than the other. At least Drowsa respects the safe word.
I'm glad you're on our side.
Yeah.
Quite impressive.
You wouldn't think by looking at him either that he was capable of any of that. And she kind of looks down at him. Considering how he acts now. But I'm just saying, if you ever find yourselves in the mountains northeast of Tanglewood, Tangleroot, sorry, just be cautious traversing those paths.
It's been a while since I've been over there, but
His species are
Exceptionally
Pretty-
rare.
rare, but also pretty violent.
what'd you say
Son-
your do you have a surname?
Oh, me? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I actually blanked out in real life a little bit. Sorry. It's Ramont.
Oh. Huh. I'm sorry, what did you say? The player just didn't properly hear that.
Ramont.
Ramont.
Ramont?
I thought you were having this
I-
epiphany of this name. I was like,
Sorry,
oh.
sorry.
I was like, damn, I
Yeah, me
didn't even
too.
know you knew. God is surprised.
I've actually gotten some work done from a Romont.
That would probably be my father.
Oh. When I couldn't do repairs to my boat, I think he helped me out.
I wouldn't be surprised. He is a trader, but his primary line of work is woodworking.
Sunder quickly looks over and goes,
Traitor.
"Do you... Hmm?"
Nothing going.
Sunder quickly looks over and just goes, "Are you a woodworker?"
Me?
No, to Tess.
Me? Oh, I mean, I don't do
Some
it
kind of way.
professionally. I do it as a hobby. I helped my dad when I could with his trading. He does more common trading, like you'd expect with most traders. I handled the I don't know how you'd say it, the harder requests, where I could specifically go out for a long time to seek out what the person wanted versus my father, who had to kind of keep on a schedule.
Sunder nods. We will talk later.
Okay.
I've also dabbled in some woodworking myself.
We may talk later.
All right.
I like carving personally. I'm
We
big
will
on
absolutely talk later.
carving. Okay.
Are you all still in conversation?
I mean, she's just kind of like going with what anyone asks her. So if anyone else asks her something, yeah, but otherwise.
Oh, right. I do have a question. Referring back to what we were talking about yesterday, and I look at Mirman and I go, "You were the only one who opted out to answer."
Oh, yes. You know, I was going to fuck with you, but I'll let you know. I'm just martial type. I use a
Now I have
dagger
to
and
know what the
it's-
joke was gonna be.
Oh, the joke. It's not really a joke. You just didn't tell any of us what your capabilities are and expected us all to give you ours. But
Oh, well,
in light
right.
of our little scuffle earlier, I was trying to be gracious.
Oh, I see. Well, I was going to tell you after everyone else had answered. So.
Right. Well, I'm sure I don't really need to describe my abilities. You could probably see them.
Yes, you were very quick
During
and
the
adept.
combat. Yeah. The only person here who doesn't know is Sunder. But, yeah. We'll see. But what are your abilities?
Oh, I mix a little martial and a little magic. As you can see, I like to change my identity based on mood and surroundings, how people feel.
I did see some of that a little earlier. The shape change and whatever that light was with your dragon.
Some would say shape shift.
No, it's a magic
No, that's a
spell.
druid thing, truly.
Some
Yeah, I
would
wish I
say
could shapeshift.
a change. Ling.
Jesus Christ, I'm gonna name this dad joke fucking episode.
Oh, it's not genitals and dragons.
At this rate, no. It's been too many dad jokes. Before you can continue, there is a ringing sound that pierces your thoughts. All of you can hear this, including your dragons. Welcome, Ankari. It's
Oh, I
time
don't like this.
for you to head
Me
back
neither.
to the arena. Please, without further ado, all those who are still living and with dragon in tow, return to the arena for the ceremony.
Sunder is tapping his head as he hears
Alright.
thunk, 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 thunk.
I don't.
Thunk, 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 thunk.
The only person I like in my head is me.
That was very invasive.
Yes.
Effective, but you know.
That's not the first time I've had experience like that. Did any of you? Did you all have the visions too when we first started?
No.
Yes.
Huh?
Just
Yes.
Yes, we just
Yes.
haven't gotten
Yeah.
over it yet.
Yeah, I have. We haven't gone over it.
God, lazy.
I
Has
know,
Sunder had it?
Yeah.
Yes, everybody who
Okay.
has a dragon would have it. You all have markings wherever you decide to put them. That's up to you, and they have been adjusted after you bonded with your dragon. Your eye colors match theirs, because in my world, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and you both share a soul now.
Hot.
Wait, our eye colors match our dragons?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then Draza would have yellow eyes now.
Wait,
You mean Tess would have yellow eyes.
Yeah, yours turned
No.
to the color of the dragon.
Drowza oh. Man, I'm gonna change his design a little bit then.
That's fine.
Oh. What color is Zenith's eyes?
Zeniths are blue irises with golden pupils.
Oh, okay.
What are
What?
Ravenous's?
what's Sunder's? Because he doesn't
Voids.
have eyes.
Because he doesn't have eyes, it's a little bit different. But if he did, they would be red sclera with white irises.
Ooh.
Maybe I can put that
I like a
somewhere.
bearded vulture kind of vibe.
I think I got an idea
look
for that
at her.
color.
She is bearded
Oh.
vulture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, true.
And Reshrum's would be almost dead looking.
Oh,
Oh, it's fucking terrifying.
Nice.
It's like white, full white.
Like
His eyes
like
would be
Warren?
white with pale blue irises.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
So it almost looks
I
like
like
he
that.
is.
Yeah. Azuma has purple, right?
Yes, he is purple with violent. Sorry, they're violet with red.
I mean, we know he's violent.
Yeah.
All right,
so
violence.
let me. Actually, I think,
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
So they are a violet color with flecks of red and blue in them.
That's one of my favorite words. Flex.
Weird flex, but
Um,
okay.
That's just the center. Is it what's the exterior of the eye? Is it white,
It'd be black.
black?
The-
Okay. Cool.
He has black sclera. What color are Taylenor's eyes? 'Cause I cannot see them from here.
Smile, I don't know.
green.
Green, okay.
Drowza had green eyes, but I'm changing that. So his eyes would be like amber colored now. Like
Okay.
goldish colored. You had brown eyes originally.
Mm.
And then now you have the green.
Mm.
We were the twins, the pee pee poo poo eye twins, but you know.
Now you have cool eyes. Call that a win.
It is a change that is involuntary, I'm afraid.
Does it burn though?
Does it burn? I don't know. Do you have dry eye now?
No.
I think you're okay then. So, after receiving that message, what do you do?
Yes, we go.
Let's we go.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, but Merman was saying like we were all put to sleep, and saw visions and things without. any
Fuck was that
control.
noise?
Sorry, I had some stuff going on in the background.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Sunder standing up.
Yes. That is canonically him standing up now.
But anyway, yeah, he was just trying to say that like it's not the first time they've injected themselves into our heads, whoever they are.
This is something I have to get used to. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
Well,
yeah, let's go.
hopefully they keep to picking better times and not inconvenient ones.
Right. I wonder if we can hear them if we're in our room.
I hope
Probably.
not.
I'm sure that they can hear us at least.
That's on
The
them.
Empire's never been a big fan of privacy.
That's on them.
Do you guys smell burning meat?
Burning toast? I mean, I might be able to get stroke.
You smell burning meat, and it's coming from Sunder.
Burning meat?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it might be kind of hard because of all the smells of the mess room. Or the
No,
mess hall.
it's like
burning meat is really, really pungent.
it
I
is
mean,
What
like
in the world is that, man?
Thunder
charring.
doesn't seem to notice.
Is there smoke coming out of him?
You see like smoke coming out around one of his lenses of his eyes.
What?
Oh.
What is burning in you?
Oh,
You might want to.
I need to
Oh.
leave for a second. And he just
What?
gets up and starts marching out, not even like listening to anyone, as you just see like a trail of smoke flow behind him.
Corlight plops around behind him, just like, oh, what's going on? Why are you smoking?
You just hear him go, "Do not worry, Coralight, this is normal."
It's not where I'm from.
And he walks over to like the nearest just like meat pile, as you see him like bend over, and like you see him messing with like the front plate of him, and then you just see him take out a piece of really burnt elk meat. And like
or what the others hope to be elk. Only I know it's not human because I licked your faceplate.
true.
My statement still stands. That guy is weird as fuck.
And then he just tosses it onto the closest meat pile.
I mean,
You see that, right? He cooked meat in his mouth.
I like it. I think that's convenient.
It would be convenient.
And then he,
That's what I'm
and then
saying.
he goes
What if
back.
what if we need to eat but we can't light a fire because of the situation? Problem solved.
You can light a fire. That's easy.
I love Corlight.
Depends on the situation.
No,
don't
it
wanna-
doesn't.
You don't want smoke to alert a party if we're trying to hide from them.
Clunk. What are we talking about?
Why you can cook food in your mouth?
Can you cook food in your mouth?
Well, clearly he just burnt it.
Yeah, but can you cook it to not burnt?
Well,
You see
everything
s-
can be cooked to not burnt. If it gets burnt, you just take it out sooner.
You see Sunder just like looking between each of you as you speak. I do not know what you're talking about.
We have somewhere to be.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Save. Oh yeah,
Shall
right.
we?
Somewhere to be. Right. And he gets up and without talking.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick for y'all.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're being stolen. We're being abducted. It's aliens all along.
Fuck.
The government
run.
was right.
That was right. The Empire. They had aliens on their side.
They knew about aliens this whole time.
Okay, you can see.
Plot twist.
Yes.
Sunder is the.
It's like the one meme where they
Oh.
go ah, and then they like actually fade out.
There is no token in this scene because it's being stupid. Boop, boop. There we go.
Whoa.
The fuck is this thing? Why is it so goddamn big?
Have you never been able to see this whole time?
Never,
Yeah,
no.
When we did the arena, we were just on the world map
Yeah.
first time.
Fuck! I was on the arena the whole fucking time,
The
and I
recording,
never.
the recording for it was just a black screen for an hour and a half.
Oh.
Okay, well, I said in the first time that I said this, I said apologize for the giant fucking dragon. That's not
I
supposed
had
to.
no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah,
I was like,
now-
is Kala high?
Now it all makes sense. Yes, pretend the giant dragon isn't there. It was there in the first episode. It is no longer there.
Nice.
That is the dragon that they saw being fussed over by all the other medics. And then Sabin told them to fly away. It is a Slithic dragon.
Oh, flying fool.
As you walk down the hallway, you can see everybody else, all the Ankari, both new and old, are walking without their dragons. You seem to be the only ones with. Everybody gives you a sort of look as they pass before someone leans over to you, Merman. Hey, could you send your dragons out? You're kind of in the way.
What?
They're supposed to join us through the roof.
They're supposed to fly in?
Yes.
Nobody told us this.
Should be common sense, he says as he walks away.
Actually, specifically,
Can I add, does he have anything on him valuable?
Roll.
Tess leans in
Yeah,
and
steal
just
his
goes,
shit.
Tess just leans in and goes, "You want to fuck this guy up?"
I
Well,
too
just-
would like to.
First,
fuck
well,
this
hold on,
guy
guys.
up.
Jesus Christ. Let me-
I would have
Roll sleight of hand, please.
I would have said points at Drowsy.
Jake, hold on.
Look like I've been here before.
Didn't the
damn.
voice tell us to have our dragons in tow?
Damn, the voice
No,
lied.
he said any. She said they. He said, sorry, it was a male's voice. I should have specified that. He said any Ankari with dragons in tow. That doesn't mean bring them, just
Oh.
that you have them.
Oh.
Big enough. I'll have my dragons.
Sorry, that you are bonded to one.
27.
27.
Shit.
You steal. You grab with deft hands and a slice of your dagger. You cut a pouch off of his belt.
Cool. Yeah. Just like, as he's just like, it should be common sense. He turns around to leave, and Mervin's just like, oh, yoink.
Common sense. This.
Asshole.
I want to say Tess saw it all happen and thinks it's hilarious.
It's the
Yeah.
I talked to Merman tax.
Yeah.
Roll me a base d20, please.
Insulted Merman. A base D20.
Yes.
Okay.
He found the FAFO version of Merman.
Oh.
You know?
That's
all
actually
I'm,
really good.
you know the song, the cheese tax, the cheese. I'm just singing the
Yes.
murd tax, the murd tax.
Be an asshole, you get your shit stolen.
You find 10 gold pieces
Oh,
within that sack.
Yeah, I mean, he just puts that right into like a pouch at his side.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that guy.
Nobody talking about how fucking Salem got rid of the big satchel of money she pulled off of the fucking.
All right.
36 gold is nothing.
Merman will turn to the rest of the group and say,
Or 63 gold, excuse me.
I've been told that our dragons aren't supposed to be with us.
She just
Then
turns out
walk
to
through this
Drowsy
tunnel.
and says,
There's room in the arena. They can finish going this way.
yeah.
I mean, that was my assessment.
I mean,
Just, are you all on the same page?
What is that phrase I have heard before? This town is not big enough. Is not big enough for the two of us. Well, this arena is big enough for the two of us.
You'll have to work on that one a bit. A little clunky.
I
But,
think our place is designed for
suppose-
dragons, so it wouldn't be so bad for our dragons to be here, but you know.
I suppose it is a ceremony, so I guess they're making an entrance of our dragons of some sort.
Not say this, so therefore I do not care.
Sunder looks to Coralite and see how she feels. And goes, do you want to fly through the roof?
The word fly is just enough to get her to want to. But it is, while the hallway is large enough to fit at least 10 dragons.
The fuck are they bitching about then?
They're trying to make a spectacle of us, you know?
For the record, Merman would have gotten the feeling that that was actually not a new Ankari. That was actually a seasoned. Perhaps just being petty.
That does change the that does change the equation a bit.
Oh.
What looked like a veteran Ankari said it's supposed to be that way, I guess.
Well, he's still an asshole, and we were not told otherwise, so I will still be bringing my dragon.
All right. So you were looking to the dragon to see if the dragon wanted to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, Merman looks kind of to Zuma as well, like, gives him, like, a shrug.
They just keep walking forward with you. At this point, it's might as well just do that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That's what
Oh, shit.
If we're all making a show of this, then we stick together as a chain, right?
Yeah.
All right.
First bonded action, I suppose.
Fair enough.
Makes up for this morning.
I mean, would Salem follow the rules?
We could really
Nah,
make an entrance, and
no.
we could ride the dragons in.
You have to ask.
Yeah.
Won't follow the rules.
You have to speak up then.
Well, you can ride your dragon. I'm good.
I lean in and I whisper to Ravnus, and I go, "How do you feel about making a show?"
But did you send Taylor away?
There's a sense of ego about her. And she seems quite interested.
Yes, how about we do so? And I hop on her.
How about we do half of what they say and fly through the window or the roof?
Not interested.
Not interested?
Maybe if he was a little bit nicer about it.
Is there something being lost in translation?
Yeah, I don't
think
know
so.
what's going on here.
He was just an asshole.
Like, everybody's doing something different.
I'm
We
just
gotta come
gonna.
together
I'm
here.
literally just on my dragon, gonna walk in there on my dragon, not flying anywhere or anything.
I'm
Okay.
waiting to see if Salem's gonna send Taylor off, because if she sends Taylor off, Tessa's gonna send Drowsa after Taylor.
Yeah, and then our little entrance is gonna be ruined.
Oh. Okay, fine.
Salem would send Taylor off either way, since that is like expected at this point.
Salem will always do everything by the rules.
Well,
So
I mean,
for now, you know,
Well,
I'm working on
Salem's
fixing
not
that.
much of a showboat.
Merman's decision is unchanged, and he would kind of look to Cyrus and just like do what you feel is right.
all right.
We're on Kari. We do whatever the hell we want.
I think I'm gonna like you a lot more than initial thoughts.
Zenith, you want to show off those brilliant scales?
She shakes her sun crest of her horns, and it glistens in the dim light, and she lowers herself for you to hop on.
All right.
Especially after the attitude that one person gave, she does not want to be outshone.
Of course.
All
All right.
Kind of draws me
Hop on,
like
Zenith.
I'm just gonna walk in. So
Well, if everyone's in agreement, Salem will stand with her chain and bring Taylor in.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Mhm.
So does everybody
The
hop
rebellion
on
has
their
started?
dragons?
I'm not gonna hop on my dragon. I'm just gonna ask Drowsa to stay close.
Yeah, I'm not. Sunder's not gonna hop on Coralite, but he is going to throw his cloak back so it's not over his head, and he's going to wipe the dried blood off his face a little bit, or scrape it off, and then give Coralite a nod to go in, and for both of them to go in with the group.
Okay.
So I think Salem, Tess, and Sunder are walking with their dragons close by, and the others are riding.
The first to enter are the ones on the backs of their dragons, as they just simply walk faster.
Yeah.
As you do, the light hits your eyes, and you wait for a moment to adjust, and you look around. Every single row is filled with Ankari. Above you are flocks upon flocks of dragons. You're the only ones in the arena, but they all stare down at you. As you enter, what do you do?
Yeah, go on, showboats.
I give Ravnus a little smack on the side, and I say, "Go on, you show."
Hold on. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I'm not that good at those.
Well, you gave her the go. She's
Please,
gonna go.
dear RNGesus, do not let me make a fool of myself right now.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so scared to press this button.
You wanted this.
Can I change God's mind and say
Hey, listen, you can use
I was ready
inspiration.
for it? I was ready for it, so therefore I am holding on, and therefore can use strength.
Fine.
Yeah. Thank God it was strength.
You know how funny it would have been if you rolled low anyways?
Yes, I know. I could listen. I was so afraid to make a fool of myself here.
As Ravnus is first to exit into the light, her oily black and gold scales shine like a dark rainbow. And everybody, including the dragons, seem to murmur with concern, amazement, shock. You can't tell. They all seem to start talking. There are roars from the ceiling. Some seem disgust. Others seem even more amazed than the people around. And all Ravnus can do is flare out her wings in an impressive wingspan and release a jet of black flame with blue flecks that rains blue embers above them. Above you, rather.
Dick.
Next.
Zenith, right?
Yeah.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Judging by our bonding, is Zenith just resistant to fire or immune?
Resistant.
Okay. If I remember correctly, during our bonding, the burning hands that I used on her chest kind of made her scales really shine and pop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's not gonna take off with her, but he's gonna slip off her back, and as she goes to join the rest of the dragons, he is going to just at the very edge of a burning hands spell, just kind of like make her scales on her wings, or on her back, like really pop with a burning hand spell.
Do you send her off after?
Yeah.
And I forgot, did you get off of her back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, as you do that, she takes a running leap and leaps into the embers that Ravnus had emitted and flies up and through the billowing smoke and flames to then cast fractal lights all over the arena as the sun hits her wings.
Perfect.
She
Just
flies
fits
up
so well.
and joins the other soul dragons that sit amongst each other up at the top of the building, just barely on the edge, so that the sunlight hits their scales in a glorious fashion.
Amazing. All right. That's me. I go pick out a spot for us to sit all together.
Shit. How high up is Reshram?
He's not that far. Ravenous is still on the ground.
Okay, I want to do something cool. It's gonna hurt a bit, but what's fall damage in your road? Is it still D6 per 10 feet?
Yes, but Ravenous isn't 10 feet tall, so you're fine.
No, I'm gonna do something cool and dumb. This is why I'm asking.
Alright, well...
Because
Alright.
I forgot I have to go sit down.
Okay, go for it.
I'm still on the dragon. So I say once we're like how tall is the ceiling? High as fuck, right?
Really high, like...
Right,
It's a big fucking room. An ancient dragon could fit in here with no fucking problem.
Right. So 50 feet up, I'm just gonna fall off of Ravenous, and just free fall downwards, like back towards the ground, and arms and legs pointed out to the side, just free falling. And that's gonna be a lot of damage. So 50 feet, so 5d6. High. Kind of high.
You hit the ground and all you hear is the Roblox oof sound.
No. So as he's falling, right before he
Breaks
hits
into
the
a million
ground,
Lego pieces.
right before he hits the ground, you see this flash of light, and this disc appears underneath him, and he slams into it, and the disc shatters into pieces, flies out in a different direction, turning into like a sediment and falling to the ground. And I'm going to.
Are we walking in and seeing this ourselves?
Yeah, you will all walk in at one at a time. The biggest dragons likely go first as they take up most of the hallway.
Tess just turns to Salem and leans in a little bit and just goes, am I sure I'm the gay one here?
Everyone's a little zesty.
I don't know.
But I can use a reaction whenever a creature I can see takes damage. I can reduce it by 1d10 plus 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so I take 11 damage, but it looks cool when I hit the ground, and I stand up and act like I'm not hurt.
I would say that as Ravenous begins to take off, you pull this sick-ass flip, and she begins to circle the bleachers, as it was, the arena seats, flying dangerously close to all the other Ankari, before flying up and to join a group of Slithic dragons, which look at her and disperse in all directions.
Hell yeah.
I have half a mind as someone who has fallen recently to ask for a deception check from Reshram.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'll roll this up.
That is fair.
You're gonna need that donut pillow up there in the stands.
26.
Yeah, exactly. I was kidding, but
Well,
Nice.
Well, I had to do it for the crowd. They're watching.
for sure.
the crowd actually gives you an applause, impressed by your landing, though
Hell yeah.
they are terrified of your dragon. Who is
All right.
next?
Mirman,
Wanna
isn't
go
it? He was
together?
riding the dragon, too.
Yeah, duh.
No, I
Yeah.
am not riding.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But
It's
Yeah,
not
okay,
I can
just the
go
soul
if-
dragons were
I can
showing
go
up.
if other people aren't ready yet.
Tess and Salem are walking in together.
Yeah. Is the rest of the group reachable on foot?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Once you leave your dragons, you can easily make it up a stairway that leads into the bleachers. Or
Alright, so we've just walked in.
Are they like across the way from us?
Nope.
Like, okay.
No, they're there.
you don't really
So
have
I-
to walk that far. There's several places you can walk up into the bleachers. Stands.
Tess has
or
just
whatever.
patted Drowza then and dismissed him and told him to go play with the other dragons.
Well, Salem, like, you know, we should stand with our chain and walk out with our dragons at least.
Yeah, she did. She walked out with him and then dismissed him.
Okay. So Salem is walking out, but she is like strutting, like her shoulder cape at her side, her like one hand resting on the book on her hip, and like just one hand strutting out with her dragon. But she's actually like intensely scanning the crowd, looking for familiar faces.
Tess is just indifferent. She always has the air of she just does not give a fuck about other people, what they think of her, anything like that. So she's just following Salem along, just sauntering per usual, following after like a dog. In a nice way.
So as both of you exit with Taylor and Drowza, you give Drowza the go-ahead, and of course you hear the talk again. What kind of fucking dragon is that? That's not a military-given dragon. What? Where did this bitch get a wyvern?
Fucking throws a peace sign, kicks a leg up, and just keeps walking.
And Drowza takes off. He seems pretty lazy, though it's not in the way that all the others seem to take off now. He needs a running start. And as he does, he clips one of the arena edges and drags his tail through a row of Ankari.
Tess just like very loudly laughs, like obviously laughs, like in a way to be like in a haha fuck you kind of laugh.
You can see the group of people spread to each side as he has whipped them with his tail before catching enough air to make it up with the rest of the other dragons, also scattering when he lands, as none of them want to socialize with a discount dragon.
Damn. First of all, I'll fight all those dragons up there. I'll climb up there myself.
Taylor looks to Salem as if further asking for permission to leave.
Salem like raises her arm to like as like a dismissal.
Taylor flies up and out of the arena as there seems to be a small group of Heish congregating along with the soul.
I think the rest of you would see that Palinor is actually much smaller than the rest of the Heish there.
They almost seem to... As she approaches, they at first disregard her, but the larger Heish sort of seems to bully her away from the rest of the flock.
Our misfits can hang out together.
And that's exactly where she goes next, is to Drowza.
Listen, it might be that she starts out small, but just gets fucking huge for a Heish. You know, you never know.
We'll see. And also, is the audience only Ankari?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There is one person that I specifically want to be there, and I will message you if you think that they would be there.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's next?
Sunder.
I can go.
Yeah, I can go last.
Oh.
Yeah, let
Okay,
Sunder go last.
Alright.
Okay, so I have a
Sorry.
question for you. While Ravnus was flying around, doing all that crazy stuff. How did Azuma react to that display?
I thought you were one of the showboaty ones. My bad.
Me? No.
Hold on, let me get all of you out here. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sunder. He would seem like he's rearing to go. Like the energy in the room is palpable for him.
All right. Okay. Well, he will. While the other dragons are walking out and this stuff, he'll kind of turn to Azuma and he'll say, "Hey, show off, but not too much. If they think we're weak, it's for the better. If we ever were to meet any of them in combat, we would have the advantage." And then he'll start walking out.
Azuma gives a roll of his shoulders before, with surprising speed on land, moves across the sand, and as he ferret leaps into the center of the arena, there is a sparking and a screeching sound that emanates from his jaws as he blasts a beam of lightning into the ground that pushes him up and into the air with enough force to make him airborne. And he can flap his wings and gain altitude.
Oh, hell yeah. Merman's just walking out after him, kind of just a half jog, and just kind of waving at the crowd very casually. He's not really trying to show off. He's just a man walking.
In doing so, that lightning actually caused a pillar of glass to form within the middle of the arena that Azuma promptly takes out with his tail as he goes and joins a very small number of Akron. The glass shattering as it lands into the dust.
Is there a piece of the glass that lands near Merman?
Yeah.
I think if there's a small enough little piece, he would like to take that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and he'll just kind of play around with it in his hand and walk towards the stands to join the others.
Sunder.
Sunder's gonna, as everyone else goes out, just kind of see the big crowd. And he's not one to be seen a whole ton. He doesn't like the attention being on him, even in his past life. But he's gonna give Coralie a pat and look to her and just go, "Have fun. I will be back. I will be here. Go hang out with your friends. Or make friends. Do you have friends?" I don't know. And then walks out.
Coralie almost seems like she wants to follow you, but knows that it probably wouldn't go over well if she climbed into the stands. So she crawls up the wall and leaps off to gain some altitude and goes and joins some Avic dragons that seem to congregate on the north side of the dome. They don't seem to bother much with her, but she mostly keeps her eyes on you, Sunder.
Sunder shoots her a thumbs up from the ground.
She still doesn't get it.
The thumbs up. It makes me very happy every time you do it.
Sunder looks around the stadium for his friends and instantly goes into whatever corner or seat they are in.
Salem, roll me a perception check, please.
Okay. Not great. All 11.
Use an inspiration if you want.
I will actually. There you go. 22.
As you scan the crowd, there is one person that stands out to you. Their garb doesn't seem to match the rest of everyone's, and as you squint, you notice they look familiar. It looks like it is your mother.
Shit. Mommy? Damn, I'm meeting my mother-in-law already?
Salem immediately casts Sending. And in her mother's mind, her mother will hear, I can't wait for you to meet the one who's chosen me.
Screams.
Not referring to you, actually.
Get fucked.
You better say make it 2, bitch.
I can only say so many words, and
Okay, gotcha.
there's
The
a very
ones.
good reason.
You could put ones with an S.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucker.
Well, I have 25. I could add it, but there's a good reason that Salem that only mentions the dragon.
First of all, you made me sad. I'm gonna go roll under the bleachers now.
She sends a message back. Fantastic. Meet after ceremony.
I will send you more information.
Okay. And if everyone has finally sat in their seats, out come several more dragons. These ones significantly larger than any of the dragons in the room that are above the lot of you. And their riders walk alongside them. First is Lukiel. You know his dragon, those of you who had seen him and her together. Sarai, the Avik dragon that stands almost 15 to 20 feet tall. Brown with speckled white and black feathers. He comes to stand in the middle with her, proudly. Sabin, close behind. Her dragon, a silver and black Slithic dragon, standing just at the same height as Sarai. They come to stand together. Next is Barrow Davis, another that those of you who were paying attention in the beginning would know. His dragon is one you haven't seen yet. It appears to be almost insect-like, its wings a beautiful blue and black, but its eyes a piercing red, as it stands almost 20 feet tall. He joins them, and so does his dragon. And then lastly, Phaelrin, the librarian that you saw at the beginning, the one that those of you who did visit the library would know. He goes and walks to stand next to his brother, Lukiel. His dragon is surprisingly small. It's a Heish. It is a gray and white iridescent dragon with silver scales and piercing purple eyes. They seem to regard the entire arena in silence for a moment. And then Lukiel holds out his hands, Sarai standing up proud. Welcome, everyone. You've survived. you've bonded your dragons. And you've now become full Ankari. Ahead of you is a journey unlike any other. And I do hope you survive it still. For now, we are going to begin the ceremony. And he pauses. And with that, we're going to end the session here.
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
So we were the only survivors.
No. I said in the beginning, there are rows of Ankari. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, but did they already do this? Is that I didn't know if these were like different Ankari that had already.
no. Nope.
This is all the class of
Mhm.
2025 right here.
Nope, they are all old and new. You can't tell who is new only unless you
Okay,
look at
okay.
who, how they posture themselves, perhaps by how their dragons react to them.
Okay, there is a variation, but we're not the only ones this year.
Mm.
Yes, no,
Okay,
absolutely
okay.
not. There are quite a few that have lived and those who are still living. It does appear to be a small army in here.
Okay, yeah. I would assume so. This is a military operation. Cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
I like this arena.
Yeah, the arena is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Time for your votes.
Oh man, there was so much funny today. Fuck.
Merman, you are first.
Merriman. I want to give it to Reshram for the many times we butted heads this episode. I thank you for playing along. It was wonderful.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So that first one goes to Resh. Okay. Reshram.
I have to give it to Merman because same reason. It was super fun to roleplay the tension.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna happen. So
Only a matter of time.
yeah.
Cyrus. Class.
Yeah. I gotta give it to I gotta give it to Sunder for Are you a friend? That was pretty funny. Honorable mention to Merman for no shit.
Thank you.
Salem.
I gotta give it to Reshram. I love a good old fashioned, well, I won't, I fuck or kill the party kind of storyline going on.
Sunder.
Huh. I'm gonna give it to Salem, just because I really liked the roleplay, and also just the waking up in the morning just going, sup?
So, I'm sober now.
Tuss.
And I feel like that's that's proper.
It is.
I'm gonna give mine to Sunder just because of how funny all those interactions were.
Okay. Reshram, Sunder, you both get.
Whoa.
You both get. Yeah.
Whoa.
You both should get the things.
You both get one.
I get the inspiration that made my roll worse.
I unfortunately had somebody come in to talk to me. What did I get inspiration for?
For being awesome, man.
For your arguments that you guys were having. Your.
Thank you.
Because I think that it's cool that you are gonna kill all of us. Maybe.
Damn,
There's the
Shall
bestest of friend or the worst of enemy.
you can fucking try.
And fuck on it.
Listen, I'm just saying, I
Well,
manhandled my wyvern into submission. I can do it to you too.